streaming, and I think ready to kick off this day. So thank you everyone who made it out here to the labyrinth this morning to be here with us, who made the ways from everywhere, all over the world, from Africa, from the UK, from Hamburg, from Munich, from Berlin. Very, very excited to have you all here today. My name is Michael Weiss. I'm the founder and CEO of Counder. And guys, you cannot believe how excited I am for this amazing day. Here, the first time ever that we bring this African VC and startup community, or rather family, together in this room and start connecting more and more dots between the continents. So I was sitting down a few days ago and put together a little speech because there's a message that I would really like to get across to you guys about AfricArena, about the investment and startup scene on the continent. And even though it was tempting to leverage of my new best friend ChatGPT in guiding me put something together, I thought, wait a minute, no. It will not be able to get the message across. So what you'll be hearing, I created my little cheat sheet. It's coming from my own feather or my own fingertips. And yeah, I'm really excited to be sharing a little anecdote with you this morning so we can take off and kick off this day and foster this relationship between the continents. So for those of you who know AfricArena, you know you're in for a real treat today. For those of you who are new to the format, welcome to the family. Hey guys in the back, just join us. We're just kicking off. Welcome. Good to see you. So, as I mentioned earlier, AfricArena really stands for one thing, and that's family. And I would like to use this word family and have us think about what family actually means. Of course, everyone has his or her own personal relationship to the word family and the meaning of it. But if I were to generalize the term, for me, family stands for support and trust. Support and trust are also two extremely important aspects that we need as entrepreneurs. The road of business is a flipping tough one. It's a road full of ups and downs, struggles, sleepless nights, worries, and passion, drive, and a relentless effort to really just get this business off the ground that you want to do. And it requires a tremendous support from people around you who encourage you to keep going, to keep pushing, to make this company of yours work. It requires the trust of investors in your capabilities to actually build the venture that you're pitching to them. But it also requires the trust from you as an entrepreneur towards the investor that he or she is the right one to guide you on your path to success, and that he or she is aligned with your values as to why you're building this company. And it also requires the trust from your customers who believe in the services, the products that you're offering to them on the market. And it requires the trust of your team, the people around you who are there with you to build this business, and the ones that rely on you, that you are aligned with their values as part of your company. When I was at my first AfricArena conference, not too long ago actually, last year in December, I was very fortunate to benefit from exactly these two aspects, trust and support. So a friend of mine, Mo Koloy, a big shout out to Mo if you're watching this online, who is sitting in South Africa and is really bummed that he can't be here today. So big shout out to Christoph and Mo, because Mo reached out to Christoph and said, Christoph, you got to have Michael to join your conference. He's a cool guy, he'll be of value. So that meant there was a trust aspect required. Christoph trusted Mo to have me join the conference and, trusted that I would really be of value for that. And so I ended up to being welcomed to this family and joined the first big unconference with probably the top VCs and LPs on the continent last year. And it was just an incredible journey. And I was very grateful, all based on trust and one message. And so now if we turn the time a few years back, when I decided to become an entrepreneur and build my first company, there was this one aspect that I had to rely on, and that was support. So the support of all these amazing people who were believing in what I'm doing, who were encouraging me, and supporting me financially, but also from a conviction standpoint that what we are doing is the right thing. So they believed in it, they dedicated their time, their efforts, and their support to help me as an entrepreneur on that journey. And in a family context, me personally, I often take these aspects such as trust and support for granted. And I sometimes have to remind myself that trust and support for an entrepreneur are so important. And in a family, it's really the cornerstone that we take for granted. So what does it have to do with today's summit? In the South African and African context, there's this beautiful philosophy of Ubuntu. I am because we are. So that reminds me a lot when it comes to entrepreneurship and in AfricArena. I mean, me, the entrepreneur, I am only because of the investors, but also vice versa. The investor needs us, the entrepreneurs, for their success. So it's this reciprocal relationship, really based on trust and mutual support. So for all of you guys who are new here, who came to be joining us here today, this is a really intimate group that has a lot of these family characteristics of trust and support. And I'm so glad to be part of it, because the way that I have been welcomed to AfricArena was based on these two values. And this will be a crowd, the people that you'll be meeting today, the panels that you'll be listening to, this is the one thing that all brings us together. We have this mission that we want to see African ventures strive. And that is really based on a lot of mutual support and trust, because this is the cornerstone of what we as a community can really rely on to make sure that this ecosystem that we all want to see grow will do exactly that. So before we dive into the nitty-gritty, in good old African manner, we Germans, we might be a little bit more conservatives, but what I would really like to do is just for all of us to give ourselves a big hand for being here and thanking AfricArena for bringing us together here today. So let's make some noise and be excited for the day. Awesome. Amazing. So, based on what I was just saying, I was very excited that when AfricArena said that they are eyeing this European tour. And for me, this day-to-day is much more than just the summit. It's also really aligning with the value proposition of our company. And it's just so cool to see that, very spontaneously, we were sitting down with Nathaniel and Christoph, the founder of AfricArena, and said, you know what, we're going to Berlin, let's just do something. And I was so excited to help and support, bring this African venture capital and startup spirit to this city, Berlin, and show what we have to offer. So, Counder as an organization, we are an investment and advisory firm bridging the gap between Africa and Europe. So we help African founders to get access to markets and capital from European companies and investors. But also, we structure fundraisers, work with both founders and investors to build super strong startups and investment cases between the continents. And one of our core activities outside this direct work with ventures and funds is ecosystem development. So it's being part of initiatives like AfricArena or core and key representative to launch Africa Ventures as a fund. So to really educate the different European markets, and especially cities like Berlin and the venture cities around this vibrant ecosystem that we have in Africa. I mean, you founders in Africa are, for me, the biggest inspiration. Like the resilience, the talent, the passion, and the opportunities. It's just remarkable. And we really want to drive and share this message of what is happening on the ground, because oftentimes it's, in my opinion, not represented correctly. And this is why we're here today as like a first kickoff, and I hope like over time we'll see much and much more of these events and really drive and increase the excitement for the African continent. Because as I say, every one of us here today, we want to see African ventures succeed. This is this intimate crowd, you know, where we'll foster deep connections to build this and, you know, help unlock this tremendous potential that we have on the continent. And we are doing this already right. You know, the strongest bond between us as entrepreneurs and investors is, you know, the mutual support and encouragement, and also a platform such as AfricArena that enables that. So I'm really, really glad and proud to be part of that. So before we dive then into all the nitty-gritty, great panels, discussions, and insights of today's program, you know, what I would like to do is to welcome to the stage now the one and only, the founder of AfricArena, who is organizing and pushing like no one else to spread the message, you know, between continents, even on the entire world, from New York to Berlin to Cairo to Dakar, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Paris, all over the show, just to help spread the message and help share the potential of African ventures. So please, another big hand for Christophe Vianot, founder of AfricArena. Thank you to be here, Christophe.
Thanks, Michael. And yes, it's great to be here in Berlin. So ich bin Christophe Vianot, CEO of AfricArena mit Sitz in Kapstadt. Herzlich willkommen zur ersten Veranstaltung in Berlin. And that's about it for the German portion of my presentation. I just want to talk to you about AfricArena and why we're here. And Michael touched on it. We've really been about a founder and VC-centric initiative aimed at creating opportunity for tech founders by connecting them with source of capital and market access with corporates and so forth. When we started AfricArena in Cape Town in 2017, the market of total VC investment on the continent back then was barely $300 million, 54 countries. That's the total of VC money that was flowing into the 1,000 of African tech startups back then, and most of that was in the later stage segment. So we really started a journey, and it was really an ecosystem initiative, started with the Cape Town tech ecosystem and then, you know, across the continent to, you know, really foster the storytelling about the opportunity of investing in African tech. So how we do that is through various means, and of course we do events, and Michael touched on that. We do events across the continent through the AfricArena Tour. We provide services through open innovation challenges to connect founders with corporates and also to help corporates do a bit of market intelligence on the amazing innovation happening on the continent. And we have products, you know, enabling people like you wanting to know more about what's going on to follow the story of African tech. So that's through, in particular, our mobile application. So this event, the main audience is actually online. We'll have a few hundred people watching this event on our various platforms. We also record all the pitch of startup, and we make them available to a community of investors through our AfricArena Wired set of mobile application. You can download on iOS, on Android, the AfricArena Wired app, and that gives you access to, you know, looking at all the events online or on replay, but most importantly to access to our investor portal, which gives you access to all the startups that are pitching at AfricArena events, of 150 of them every year. 7 years later, our track record is significant in terms of the amount of money that AfricArena alumni, which means AfricArena startup that have pitched at an AfricArena event and have been supported by our Africa Rise program, to date have raised over $500 million, which is a significant number, and most of that was in the C to Series A stage. We've also disbursed, thanks to our partnership with Amazon Web Services, over $3 million of AWS credits to founders. And we have about 1,000 startups that we look at in some shape or forms every year, about 150 of them pitching at our various events. So if you want to engage and find some deal flow, whether you're an investor looking to invest in startups, an angel, a VC, or whether you're a corporate and interested in engaging with the amazing innovation that is happening in Africa, in sector like climate tech, energy, water, agri-tech, we have amazing founders out there, and so we give you access to that. In terms of some of the success stories, just giving you three, just from our recent event at the end of the year in Cape Town. So these three companies participated to our Cape Town Summit last year, November, and immediately thereafter, Melanin Capital, who actually has a holding company here in Germany, was able to close a $1 million seed round and settled a key partnership with the South African bank. Lena Finance, a Tanzanian startups, managed to partner with a bunch of local banks, and Send to Green, which is a Morocco-based business in the climate tech sector, was able to close a seed round of $1 million, in particular thanks to direct connection we enabled at the AfricArena Grand Summit. So this is what we are about, creating opportunity for founders, but that doesn't work if people like you don't engage and come and attend the event and support. So thank you for being here. The Open Innovation Program we run, we have a dozen Open Innovation Program in various sectors, most of them supported by either corporates or VC. And through these programs, we work with startups operating in these different verticals to create opportunities for them and for the partners to find deal flow for them to invest in or looking at. In terms of the benefit for corporate of this Open Innovation Program is that it enables corporates to find appropriate startups to partner with, invest in. So we have a number of corporate VC working with us. You know, we've had some great success with this approach. It's also for the corporates a way to get some market intelligence on where is the innovation going in Africa. And actually, in some instances, this innovation can be brought back to other markets like Europe. The circuit of events that we offer throughout the year, so you are now on our 5th event, we're only in June, and this is our 5th AfricArena event of the year, as Michel mentioned, is to enable our community, our family, as Michel mentioned, to have access to what's going on in every corner of the continent. So we started our program this year with our Johannesburg event, which had a focus on deep tech, enterprise, climate tech. We then run an event as a showcase of the African tech ecosystem in New York City, in partnership with AWS at the AWS Startup Lounge. That's to bring more investors from the US onto the continent. And then we went into Cairo to run the main side event of the Africa Venture Capital Association conference. So we ran an unconference there as well. And then just 2 weeks ago, we were in Dakar for our Dakar Summit, focusing on fintech, mobility, and logistics. And now we're in Berlin. The objective of this event, so first time we're in Berlin, as I mentioned, is to try to get more interest from the German tech ecosystem and investment ecosystem. So we are here during the week of Super Return. There's some VCs in town that are looking to raise, and we're also here to support them. After that, we have an event in Nairobi in September, and then Tunis in October, and we finish in Cape Town at the end of the year for our Grand Summit. That's kind of the final event with the best startups pitching on the tour coming for that specific event. In addition to that, at every one of these dates, we organize what we call a Founders Bootcamp. So some of the founders pitching on the event, attend a 2-day investment readiness program to make sure the pitch are perfect. And we also run invitation-only investor unconference. That's really the way we get this community to work together. It's actually quite difficult to get investors to work together and founders to work together. So through this program, when you run a founders bootcamp with 20 founders in south of Dakar, in Sali, or in Cape Town, you get founders from many different countries with similar problems in terms of fundraising or scaling to exchange and learn from each other. And that brings a huge amount of benefit in terms of the community we're developing is also a founders community helping each other through this type of initiatives. We have learning expedition in each of the ecosystem that we travel to. That's to enable people coming from outside to understand what's happening. In fact, tomorrow we are running a Lex in the Burning Tech ecosystem, if anyone's interested. And the Investor VCN conference, which really was the first touch point of Michel with AfricArena, is really an initiative that was started in 2019 to get the interoperability of the VC community in Africa to be really more effective, because alone you go fast, but together you go farther. So working together during events like unconferences, you develop what is essential to deal making, which again is the key of what Michel mentioned, is that trust. And trust on Zoom is much more difficult to achieve than when you spend a weekend working on some of the top issues of the investment community on the continent, that you exchange with different type of investors, LPs or GPs, on what is required to accelerate the investment going into the African tech ecosystem. So this unconference really started in Cape Town with a bunch of 20, 30 folks, and is now a series of unconferences going through the circuit of AfricArena. So we just had one in Dakar, Senegal, for example. And the number of people attending the unconference is actually rising, although we keep it manageable and a small size. The maximum size of unconference is about 65 people in Cape Town. This work together is now really had a very interesting output that I was just discussing with Junaid from Launch Africa earlier. The people attending those events felt the need to get together as a collective to continue working together in between those events. And you can find the work that they're doing on this Digital Collective Africa website, so digitalcollective.africa. You can just scan the QR code here, hopefully it works. And here you'll find very interesting elements such as standardized documents for investment in Africa, things like standardized term sheet, due diligence checklist, elements for founders to just do things faster, like put in place an ESOP agreement for their co-founders or their staff, and without having to just start from scratch with a lawyer. So all this is open source, and all this is the result of the work of a community, a family working together alongside these circuits and other events. So if you're interested in what's going on, follow AfricArena on our social network, engage with Digital Collective Africa, and hopefully, you will find interesting elements, and hopefully you find companies to invest in. And finally, once again, you're interested to follow what's going on that circuit, you can follow us on our YouTube channel, you can follow us on AfricArena.com, which right now is streaming this event, but you also can look at much more detail about the different startups and what's going on the AfricArena mobile app. So get wired, download AfricArena mobile app. Soon coming to a desktop near you. We are going to be launching the desktop version of this. There's about 650 active investors on the platform. For now, it is still an invitation-only and free-to-use portal. Soon, we'll probably start monetizing on it. But give us feedback. We're doing that to take the ecosystem forward. AfricArena is essentially a social enterprise whose goal is to just bring more capital. So we're happy that last year we reported over $6 billion in funding for the ecosystem, and I think that's going to be the topic of our next keynote. So thank you very much for being here, and chat to you later. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. All right, and so now we'll be off for the first keynote of the day, one that I am particularly excited about. We will be listening to Janet Duplessis, one of, I would say, the most prominent investors on the African continent. Janet is co-GP and partner founder of Launch Africa Ventures, the top and most active seed fund on the continent. I'm really, really excited that he not only made it down here to Berlin to share some really, really cool insights, but also very excited to be working together because what I don't know, probably many of you don't know, is we actually just with this event today are kicking off a full Europe and Germany roadshow with Launch Africa Ventures, touring, I think, 5-6 cities in total with a fund to showcase, guys, this is what's happening in the investment space on the continent. And to put that a little bit into perspective, Launch Africa Ventures, in the last 2 years, they have done more than 130 seed investments on the continent, which is absolutely phenomenal. 130 companies have received financial support and guidance from Launch Africa Ventures, and with that, obviously, come a lot of great learnings and insights. So, Janet, please join me on stage, take over the mic, and enlighten us with some of these insights about the state of tech in Africa and your experiences in the ecosystem.
Thanks, Mikael. Good morning, Berlin. So good to be here. It's actually one of my favorite cities. I was talking to everybody about how there are so many Germans come to Cape Town for their summer, our summer, but I want to do the other way around. I want to come spend the summers here in Berlin. What a thriving city. So thank you to Christoph for inviting me. I absolutely adore the AfricArena brand. I'll tell you how similar AfricArena is to scaling startups in Africa, just by the speed of growth of how African brands can grow. And AfricArena is actually, we should talk more about your brand, Christoph. So I am a visual and numeric learner. So unfortunately for you today, I'm going to expose you to lots of numbers and lots of pictures. So enjoy the ride. My topic today is about the growth of VC and the growth of tech in Africa. And I want to ask a question to the room. So if you think about Nike, the global sports apparel brand, what do you think are the top 3 concerns for the CEO, John Donahoe, of Nike? One of them is Africa. The reason for that is he tells us, and I've been very fortunate to sit on the Nike advisory board for Africa, that he's very concerned as who's going to wear Nikes in 2050. Because if you look at the population growth of the world in the next couple of years, Americans or North Americans will be 38, in today's terms, they are 38, South Americans 33, Asia 32, but you might say that's unfair, Junaid, because of the one-child policy of the 80s and 90s. So let's subtract India. Indian population today is 28. In Europe, it's 44.4. In Germany, it's 44.5, slightly older than the European standard. And then in Africa, it's 19. So the average African today is 23 years younger than the average German. 20, my math is incorrect. But what that means is that as you're thinking about your global brand, and we all work in businesses that we want to have long-term sustainability, You cannot think of your brand and not link it to the African continent, whether it is where you'll be manufacturing your goods, where you're going to get talent, who's going to work in these organizations, and where your consumer market will be. And that's the Nike problem at the moment. So Nike is on a path not only to ensure that people have a brand affinity so that they become consumers, but they're also thinking about how do we build factories? Because the people that's going to wear that must be making this. And how do we drive policies for trade? And how do we help African governments in order to open up their markets for international expansion? So if you think that this man who's 63 is not worried about 2050, we all should be thinking about where in our strategy going forward is Africa being positioned. The more interesting fact about, oh, I'm on the wrong slide. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I might need some help here. Oh. Both buttons don't work. But the interesting fact about where the population growth is going is that in 2050, the African continent is the only continent in the world currently that's getting younger. In 2050, the average age of an African will be 15 years old. Is it sideways or up and down? Okay. So again, I leave you with a question. How are you thinking in your business? As you're an executive manager, how are you thinking about the future sustainability of your business or your brand? And if you're a startup, are you building the right startup that will have the global demand into the future? And 2050 is only 27 years away. That's in all of our lifetimes. So let's introduce some tech into this. As Christoph said, when they started AfricArena, there was about, in 2017, 2016, 2017, 300 million in the entire African continent. There's been an exponential growth in that this number has propelled into the future. And in less than 5-6 years, it now sits at almost 5 billion just in equity. Another 500 million in terms of debt. Why is this so important, and why does the AfricArena brand grow so fast, and why do tech startups grow so fast? It's because we're a demand economy. We have 1.4 billion people. We've got 850 million people under the age of 18 years old. And we have seen that 20 years ago, the introduction of the mobile phone has leapfrogged all of the technologies, the legacy technologies, the hardware technologies that in developed markets needed decades to be implemented. The famous M-Pesa example in East Africa has really shown how quickly Africans are able to adopt technology. An interesting stat about that is that 20 years ago, the island of Manhattan had more smartphones, mobile phones, than the entire African continent. Today, Africa has 3 times more mobile phones than the entire USA. We are the continent that we don't have access to necessarily banks, and so we do all of our banks, our loans, our commercial transactions through the mobile phone. Right? I was spending some time with a Berliner yesterday, and he was so keen to show me his tapping the credit card as he was paying. And I was like, yeah, interesting. We've been doing that for years. But as you think about the future, it's a young population, but I put but. And the big but in the room is that we have the highest youth unemployment. And so it is all of our initiatives in order to grow a workforce that is globally relevant, have value-adding skills into the future. We have to increase consumer spending. As more people have jobs, they obviously spend more. And so the rise of the consumer and the way they spend is what we're expecting into the future. We're a commodity-driven economy. Everybody loves our minerals, but there's no beneficiation. We don't manufacture ourselves, and we need to do that, more of that. And we all know about climate change, and we know that emerging markets will be the most affected by the impact of climate change. And yet, in 2002, Africa was the only continent, when the entire world, especially the VC world, went through a global economic downturn, Africa was the only continent that actually invested more than previous years. There's a reason for that. There's always a lag into emerging markets. And we always say when Europe and the US have a sneeze, Africa has the flu. But last year, Europe and the US had the flu. And so the knock-on effect will be significant in emerging markets. The recovery in the US will be, well, if you have a crystal ball, but traditionally is quite quick. It's easy to get manufacturing consumers to spend more, but the lag also happens on the other side. And so as we think of this as a global village, we need to think about what are the solutions that sort of transcends all of that, and we've now seen that technology is certainly a way for us to participate more in the global world. Every ecosystem, like Berlin, I don't have to tell you that it needs a thriving ecosystem. And we have all of those ingredients. We have talent, so many young people that needs to be skilled. And you're seeing this top world-class developers sitting in Cape Town, in Lagos, in Cairo. In many ways, because of the lifestyle, South Africa has 310 sunny days a year. You as a developer, you prefer sitting in Cape Town than in Silicon Valley or in Berlin during winter. Risk capital, as we're going to talk about, increasingly the speed of how things are being invested is increasing, and we're seeing even positive signs during difficult times. The big thing that we still have to do in Africa is start up corporate collaborations. But I see that as a positive because these corporates all run on legacy systems, legacy innovation, and they themselves are facing an innovation crisis. And this is what startups can bring to them. Acceleration is been tremendous on the continent. You know, Africa VC is probably 10 to 12 years old now. There are 76 accelerators in Africa, all very good. And they have been laying the groundwork for innovation to happen. And now in the risk capital space, that's where the investors are very active now. I've been chatting to some people in Berlin about how involved the government is in this thriving ecosystem here. And that's what we need more in Africa. There are many countries where government support is tremendous. Countries like Rwanda, Tunisia, and many other countries, but there are also many, many countries that need more government support for startups. So let's get into what VC currently looks like based on 2002 numbers. So just under 5 billion of equity was invested, but the significant thing about last year was the introduction of venture debt. And we saw 500 million being invested. I love that. I always think that a startup should have very different financing options. It should have some working capital, which I think most startups is what they need. Then they have to have equity, but equity is strategic. It's getting the right people around you to support you, especially on the areas where you are not well-versed. And then companies, startups also need some debt. In Africa, most of the capital still lands up in the big four, soon to be big five. The big four being Egypt, well, in order, Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa. But Ghana, very quickly growing very fast, will probably join them and we'll have the big five. Fintech, is the main driver to investments, and this is certainly what we see in our portfolio, but also in the pipeline. In our portfolio, fintech makes up 36% of our portfolio. And why is that important? Because fintech is often the foundation of which many other technologies are built on. And education tech requires some fintech layer. Same for transport and logistics. But there are still 600 million Africans that don't have any access to formal financial systems. So certainly, I think that fintech will continue to be the leading subsector for the next 5 years. And I like that, because we've got so much more work to do. What I do think is that we'll see a lot more consolidation in that sector pretty soon. One of my favorite topics is the distribution of capital to female founders. It's still low. It's like the global average of 2%. Last year was actually a little bit better. So in mixed teams, it was about 7% of all the capital. But it's so much lower for female founders. And the struggle is real. Struggles for female founders, struggle for female fund managers. We've got one in the back there, Chanel's seeing solo female founder. And this is the work that we need to do. I often look at VC in Africa as a relay race, right? We really just started the first leg. The accelerators has built a great start. And we're taking the first bend where the investors are coming in. But in Africa, this relay race is not only a race. We are also building the stadiums, and we're building the theme parks, and we're building the transport and logistics to get to the stadiums. And that's the challenge that we have in building an entire ecosystem from the ground up. Fintech, as I mentioned, will continue to be the leading subsector. But remember, fintech has got 9 different verticals. It's got payments, remittances, credit, asset management. It's got fintech infrastructure, which is where we see the majority of our portfolio. I put this as an interesting stat because in Q1, there was a shift away from the big Nigeria investments, and Kenya has been receiving the most capital in the first quarter of this year. And I smile to myself because around 65% of the capital are foreign capital being invested into Africa. And often Kenya is considered Africa light. It's where investors feel the most protected in around their capital. The point for me is what that drives is that us Africans need to be investing in more of our own ecosystems. So that's why we need from the ground our government support, we need corporate collaboration, we need the wealthy African families to not only buy their London apartments, but they should be giving back into their own ecosystems. As an investor, however, the way we look at it is, where do African valuations compare to their global peers? And the marked difference, how we actually at the end of the day make our money as seed-stage investors is through this valuation arbitrage between African VCs, where startups at the seed stage, typically in our portfolio, our average valuation is $5 million. You wouldn't find that anywhere else in the world. Certainly, I spent some time in the US. That could be 15 up to 25 million. So our entry is very important for us. And at Launch Africa, typically, we get 25 to 40% discount to other investors coming into the same round. And then when you get to the Series A and later stages, that sort of compares more to the global peers. But what we've seen since 2019 is a lot of seed stage companies being developed, being funded, and we are now entering into a phase where we need more growth capital to continue investing in those companies that are now raising their Series A and their Series Bs. The top investors, humbly, we do on average one deal a week. You might say, why? Because the mission is so big. So if you are running a VC fund with 12 to 15, that's great because you have to go deep. We have to go wide and deep at the same time. So we think about our fund as on institutional levels. How do we provide the most value to all of our portfolio companies in order to institutionalize the thinking, the processes, the operations in those organizations? What we do very well is we open up global networks of investors as advisors and follow-on funders to our portfolio companies. And I think what we do exceptionally well is we take companies from 25 MRR to 100 MRR in a very short space of time. There are many investors in Africa, you can see by the number, but a lot of them just do one deal. So I call it tourism, right? You visit once, you're like, okay, this is great. What's significant is 330 investors then do 2 deals. And actually, most of the deals was done in the hands of a few investors. And that's great because, well, this is why we can be the most active. But it builds collaboration. Because in a smaller group, we are sharing deals, we're sharing pipeline, we're sharing about what startups are doing and insights. And I think, I was saying to somebody earlier this morning, what's going to set Africa apart is not competition between investors, but the collaboration that we are forming. And that's the work that Christoph is doing with the Deal Room, with the Africa Collective. But everybody's on the continent. We see deals being done by some of the world's leading VCs. Why? Because they realize in demand into the future, they will have to push their products, their startups, their technologies into new markets. And as we heard from the first slide, that market is certainly Africa. Is there going to be opportunities for growth now? Let's just take a macro view. Yes. South African GDP has been increasing even in downturns, right? We're all suffering from high interest rate and high inflation environments. I'll push back on that. What is a low interest rate environment? I've never experienced that. When I first bought my property as a young 22-year-old, the mortgage rate was 19% that I got. So for me, everything less than is a bargain, right? And so African startups are used to high inflation environments, high interest rate environments, right? And so when you have a downturn, often the impact, the knock-on effect, is what happens in global trade and not so much on domestic considerations. What is positive is that African startups in the digital economy has got a 6x growth between now and 2050. What that means is that the adoption rate is so fast that in all sectors, healthcare, education, transport and logistics, and across technologies, especially the rise of AI and blockchain, will significantly even fasten the pace of digital adoption in Africa. Certainly, if I was a startup, I'm stuck as an investor, but if I had to do a startup, I would be in the talent management and skills development space. 850 million youth still needs to be trained. We have a portfolio company called Zindi. In 2 years, she's created a network of 60,000 data scientists in Africa, now solving AI problems for global organizations around the world. In 2 years, data scientists in Africa. We've seen this with Andela. Andela is one of the world's leading software development companies, a unicorn in Africa. 1 in 6 developers in Silicon Valley has been through an Andela program. And COVID was bad. But the positive side to COVID was that it accelerated the growth of adoption even more. And so you find your mamas and your papas in the townships on their phone doing restaurant deliveries or food deliveries. In South Africa, the most downloaded, utilized app was launched after COVID started by a retailer and it's called 60/60, and you can have your food delivered in 35 minutes. Unheard of in our society. But I come back to this theme about talent. Talent is the source of where African growth is going to come from. And already we're seeing the signs. 2 out of every 5 contributions into GitHub by an African. 40% of open source software being made available by an African. And Africa, in the VC tech startups, has been the highest sector of creating jobs. 3 million in 3 years. In the next 3 years, we'll create another 3 million jobs. That's significant. To give you a reference point is, my president in South Africa wants to create 800,000 jobs in 5 years. But at the end of the day, as an investor in the global stage, everybody wants to know about unicorns. It's important. It is important, right? But we can't only be measuring ourselves on how many unicorns. We're a nascent ecosystem, but we already have had 11. Last year was tough, and now we have about 7. But these, and you can see how the theme comes through again around fintech and talent management. What is interesting, though, is the speed of which these companies are increasingly getting to unicorn status. So OPay in 2 years, right? Significant. When you have demand economies or a demand continent, the adoption is so much better and faster. I often get asked about the economic downturn. It's a theme. You have to speak about it always. Geez, I'm worse with this. When you build real-world problems, solve solutions for real-world problems, what we see is being developed in Africa. You know, you need to pay for something. You need to get from A to B. You have to solve some of the real problems in your community. Those are often these highly resilient companies where an infrastructure, interest rate or an inflation or something that has a macroeconomic impact, you know, your business will still continue because you've got a demand economy that you have to meet. So how have we approached it? This is the 2 minutes of doing a sales job, is we started this in the heart of COVID. We did our first investment in October 2020. Zach and I were in different cities, sitting at our dining room tables, but we managed to raise 36.3 million, and we raised it from 258 LPs. So we high volume everything. We knew that it would be difficult to get corporates to invest in an early stage seed fund while during COVID. So we targeted the C-suite executives in those companies instead. And we said that you might not know a lot about Africa. Let's go through a journey of education and market knowledge sharing. But we were able then to provide them with a positive story. And as we know, when you talk about when you think about Africa, you think of all the risks. Currency, its currency fluctuations, the devaluation of the naira and the Egyptian dollar, it's political risks, it's all these risks. And what we wanted to do is to give people one good story of a company in Africa that is doing phenomenal, groundbreaking innovation. And in the past 2 years, we've now invested, as Mikkel mentioned, into 133 companies. The stat that I'm very proud of is into 22 different African countries. So we definitely see ourselves as a frontier fund. When we go into those new markets, we look for 3 things. Are there accelerators and incubators? So are there people building that first leg of the relay race? Are there enough corporate collaboration and those relationships that we can build or hold? So banks, insurances, telcos, can we just pick up the phone and speak to somebody that could possibly do a POC or a commercial contract with one of those startups? And thirdly, are there any sets of follow-on investments, investors that can follow on our investments? And when those 3 things come together, We were able to do two investments in Sudan. And even with a conflict happening at the moment, one of them is thriving. We were the first institutional investor in the DRC. King Sasha has got 19 million people. Of course, a peer-to-peer payment system was always going to do well, right? We were the first in the Cameroon and so many other countries because those three things comes together. And we know that there's a lot of FOMO in the VC world. So I also know that as we are pushing the boundaries, other VCs are on the next flight out saying, what does Launch Africa know that we don't know? One thing that we've also done quite significantly is we've offered all of our investment co-investment rights, right? So you can come in, co-invest alongside us, and at the same terms at the fund, and we don't charge any fees or carry. We do all the work for you. Our investors has then invested a further 15 million on top of our money. And that's been phenomenal in that in many instances we were able to close around in our investment time frame, which is 4 to 6 weeks. What's our next journey? Our next journey is, which is why we're here, is to raise for our next fund. We want to continue the work of what we've done into the next generation of the next cohort of pipeline companies. And our pipeline is significant. For Fund 1, we evaluated for 3,750 companies to invest in the 133. And I can tell you Fund 2 will probably see more. So we're raising a 75 million fund, and we are looking to close that fund in a short space of time. But that wasn't enough. So in June of last year, exactly a year ago, we raised a female fund called 535. And why did we do that? Because at Launch Africa, who, by the way, is the largest gender lens fund in VC anyway, we've done 27 investments into female founders. But no one wakes up every single day thinking, how am I going to add the best value? There was no intentionality around it. We just do it for commercial reasons. But intentionality is the way you're going to solve the gender problem. So we partnered with an accelerator, Gender Lens Accelerator, that's been running for years, for 18 years. And we are now the capital arm to the acceleration programs. And we launched it in June last year. We've done 18 deals. And our criteria is female founded or co-founded, or where the consumer base is intentionally designed for a female audience. So you might see a male founder there, but 75% of his portfolio is for female supply, in the female supply chain. I can tell you, in my history as a fund manager, I've been a solo GP, I've done one now with a man, Zach, and this one, capital raising with a female founder, is the most challenging part of my career. At the end of the day, everybody's interested in returns, and so the point about showing you this is our strategy, which is come in low, add a lot of value, and we do that in a curated way, as well as just what every other VC does, which is being available to your founders all the time. But some of them are sitting at their Series A, Series Bs, and look at the current valuation. Now, caveat, I haven't updated this for today's. This is still from our last audit. So it would have changed because of the economic downturn. But it's still significantly high where our star performers, we are returning about 26, 24x, 19x of our capital invested. We have a big portfolio, and so we look at it as a bell curve. There will be the star performers, and then the majority of them will be in the 3 to 10x, and that's what we're focusing on, because we want to ensure that the Africa story of successful companies, no matter what your valuation is, but there has been progress in the markets that you're working in. And that's our big, where most of our fund operations teams is focused on. But let's look at exits. We don't have an IPO market. I mean, in Germany, everyone's talking about the listed market and now they're going to put some money in because it's being reactivated. I wish we did that, right? We've got two major stock exchanges on the entire continent, but comparatively, it's not very liquid if you look at the markets in developed markets. So Africa is actually a private market where most of the deals and the trades gets done. And so we do see that M&A is going to be, trade sales is going to be what's going to lead the exits in the next 5 years, 10 years. The way we're thinking about exits is different. We're high volume, so we have to do things at scale from an institutional perspective. So certainly what Launch Africa is doing is we're driving something that is more familiar here, which is the secondaries market. Secondly is looking at securitization. I'm a banker from the 90s, 2000s, and so securitization of our assets. And we're certainly talking to African corporates that would be able to securitize and purchase our assets. And thirdly, we ourselves are looking at what skills do we need for us to activate M&A ourselves within our portfolio, and also lead the charge on what M&A actually looks like for a startup in Africa, because that model still hasn't been developed much. And that's it. If you want more information, the best source of information is The Big Deal. Most of my infographics comes from them. Follow Max and Max on LinkedIn. They are a powerhouse of data in Africa. Go to the AfricArena events because then you get the personal touch. And if you have any information, you want the presentation, please feel free to send me an email. I'm always available. And Berlin, vielen Dank. Sorry about the cooking.
Wow. Isn't this amazing? Like all the insights, all the details, and like putting things into perspective. I'm sure a lot of the viewers online, as well as some, especially of the Germans who are maybe a little bit new to the ecosystem. It's just like I'm always so inspired by when we start putting the potential of the continent into context. Because this is, and when we talk about the trust aspect, and we talk about the knowledge aspect between the continents, and what really drives me is, to help put the context straight and set the record straight and showcase what is really happening so we can really engage with more and more investors and Africa fans to support this amazing continent. And thank you so much, Janet, for giving us so many great insights from the ground up with all the experience you have. So we really, really appreciate you being here and sharing that wisdom. Thank you so much. So now, after you had your 30-second breather, we are actually about to dive straight into our next panel, which will be about, unpacking a little bit more, not only from Launch Africa's perspective, but from some incredible individuals who make waves on the continent as well, and just start like curating some of their information in discussion with Janet now for a little fireside chat, to really like get some other insights, from different sectors, different individuals on what's happening on the ground. So please welcome on the stage, and by the way, this was a very, very, very amazing last-minute addition. I'm so glad that she could make it and is here with us. Please welcome Chanel Ansah, who is solo GP and founder of Lightpace VC, one of the probably most active angel investors on the African continent, from London, here with us today. Chanel, welcome. Then we have Patrick Martin. Patrick and I only got to know each other personally recently, but the work that Patrick is doing between the continents is incredible. Patrick is both active as an angel investor in African startups from here, as well as an LP in African funds, so has an incredible insight into what is happening, and will be a great panelist to also bridge the knowledge gap in terms of how do we look at it from a European and German investor's perspective. So Patrick, thank you for joining us. And of course, if we're talking about the ecosystem, Christoph, so great to have you on this panel as well. I think the experiences that you are making with AfricArena, I mean, you're probably seeing it by now, the impact that the work is having on the ground and the insights generated. So thank you for joining us on this, for this fireside as well. And what I'll do is I'll get all of you a glass of water, because we can feel the humid Berlin heat. We're getting to African levels, right? We are warming up, so I'll get you some water. And in the meantime, hand over to Janet to guide through this chat, where we'll be unpacking some of the aspects in more detail. So here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mikhail. Yeah, so we are just going to... I be on the other side now. I can ask them some tough questions about my own presentation, which I love. Don't question the numbers, please. Different sources. Yeah, so today is just to go through what are some other insights from investors, ecosystem builders, fund managers, that we were able to sort of unpack even more. And then the role that I'm going to play is try to bring the startup founders' perspectives into the room as well. So, Patrick, let's start with you. You spend some time in South Africa every year. You are an active investor. You certainly won more than the 1,100 that I had on the presentation. Why do you also align to investing in Africa, spending your own personal time there? What is it about that environment? What are you seeing that people here might not be so afraid with, that you see, that you think that they should know?
So, very, very good question. And I've been active in Africa for over 20 years. And I think that's one of the main reasons. I mean, you need to really feel and know and build the trust and build the relationships. So it's a much harder entry. So it's not like you hear a fund presentation to invest, but it's much longer story that make you really want to do this. But secondly and more recently, I really believe and I really see and really follow your long-term story and your long-term enthusiasm. And we've since I finished my studies in the late 90s, like we always hoped Africa would be the next big thing. I remember the Economist cover in the late 90s where it said it will be the African decade, and it was always 10 years out, and it's still 10 years out. But the numbers come closer to make this happen, that we will experience the African decade, and maybe many of them in our lifetime. And from what I see, and I've invested in a couple of companies, I've invested in your fund and some others, and I've invested in some startups that I've helped building. I think the prerequisites are coming together. But on the other hand, there are still so many gaps that need to be addressed, that cannot be addressed from our ecosystem alone. Like, let me point out something you started with. You showed that positive curve, like the population growth, the younger population, the GDP growth. The downside of this is, of course, that the GDP growth that we see is mainly driven by population growth. And it's actually slower than you've seen in many other markets with similar population growth, like some time back. What is the problem here? The problem is that we don't have productivity growth. We don't have infrastructure growth that could enable that productivity growth. We have some leapfrog situations that you described in fintech, etc., but we still have so much lower productivity in most basic industries, from agriculture to manufacturing to healthcare, that the population that you've shown doesn't really reap the benefits in general. And that's something we have to think about. I mean, how do we overcome that challenge, that we have or enable productivity growth, that we enable infrastructure growth in a modern way, in a tech-enabled way. And fintech is a good example, but it's not sufficient. Yeah. So that's when I look at your numbers. We really have to think how to build better. So for example, like if I look at your numbers and you talk about tech ventures, I always ask me, where are the investors that do manufacturing? I mean, there's still no big manufacturer for, I don't know, consumer goods on the African continent. Nobody builds washing machines. It's completely stupid. It makes no sense. It would generate a profit. I mean, they buy like whiteware goods from like China and from Europe all the time, but there's no manufacturing. So we have to think about this as well. In parallel to tech ventures, we need to create that ecosystem probably in a bit more broader way. But long term, I completely share your enthusiasm. I promote your fund and some other funds. I mean, constantly I'm on some of your promotion events, and I think we will see 2 or 3 more years of growing interest, especially in Germany and Europe.
Yeah, and certainly, Patrick, what you mentioned is vital for the future sustainability. I think where we're at now, this is obviously a long race, right? Where we're at now is the tech that is built doesn't require government engagement, right? Except maybe for fintechs with a central bank, but even then, it's been quite a loose policy. Where you are, and your comment is that requires government intervention. And so because you need policies, you need infrastructure, you need the ability to engage with the right partners. We're getting there, but it's baby steps, right? Certainly, infrastructure development is the most fundamental thing that is going to drive African economies, not the technology revolution, right? It's the infrastructure, because people always would require infrastructure for everything. Even in the financial services, you need the CCOM, you need the telecommunications lines to be there, the towers, for the communication to happen. We need more people in our world pushing policy makers, right? I think we're in a phase where it's great to be an investor, you're focusing your portfolio companies, but maybe 25% of your time is doing the hard work, those conversations that take 10 years to unlock. But Chanel, I was going to come to you because obviously you look at different markets. You look at Europe and Africa, and you're based in London where there's a lot of engagement with startups to bring innovation in all sectors, including government, right? So how do you think we're going to cross that bridge in Africa?
I was just thinking when Patrick was speaking about infrastructure and how it is a basis for growth and economic development. We're in the game of venture, so we like to hack things and reverse engineer. And so I guess my next comment is more of a question and a challenge. And my question is, can we use technology to reverse engineer the advancement of the infrastructure needed, right, to contribute towards positive GDP, towards the kind of betterment of how people live on the continent, and do things in that way? Because actually, there's a lot of attention right now on the continent of Africa with regards to tech. And so governments are paying attention. We were in Marrakesh last week at a GITEX conference, and I would say there were probably about 50 leaders across the continent of Africa there, because today they now understand that it is of importance. And so some of the conversations that were being had were, what can we do? What policy changes do we need to make sure that we support this new age of digitization across the continent? So I think actually tech is playing a role in advancing those conversations and pushing them to wake up. So it's not necessarily a top-down approach. I actually think it's now a bottom-up approach. And we've seen a similar thing in the UK as well, where us at the bottom, we're not quite the bottom, but you know, at the bottom have been able to influence government and change policy. You know, a couple of months ago, we had one of our biggest technology banks, Silicon Valley Bank, go down. And in a space of 24 hours, the tech community, including a number of VCs, rallied, actually, and pulled their weight and was able to reverse the government's decision. That has never happened. So that's one example of where actually there's quite a lot of power in tech. And because people understand the importance of it, we can actually use that power to facilitate conversations with government officials and those that have the power to drive policy change. And so I think it's possible.
And Christoph, you're definitely bottom up because you're building the ecosystems, right? And you're activating them, you're giving life to them. So what are some of your concerns? Because you in your pipeline is talent, making sure that people get the exposure, is building those communities, because you want those startups to come into your fray, right? So what are some of the things that you're concerned of in the other on the other side of the spectrum?
Well, I think the first point is that for us, when we started this initiative at a humble level, you know, one of our goals was on the narrative side. The talent is probably the biggest story on the African continent, and it's not an intuitive one. So I always tell this story, especially when I go to the US, that Amazon elastic computing technology was actually engineered by two South African engineers at the Cape Town R&D Center of Amazon back in 2006. So these two guys then started another startup called Nimbula, which was acquired by Oracle. So one could say, you know, the planet's cloud computing technology is actually, you know, born in Africa. You know, we can say the same about mobile payments. So there's a lot of talent on the continent, but those success stories are not well known or were not well known. So I think we've been focusing very much on trying to explain that Africa has a wealth of talent. And as you mentioned in your presentation, you know, from very interesting ecosystem like Nairobi or Cape Town, quite cost effective in a global environment. The founders coming out of this talent pool, unfortunately, have not been enabled by a lot of capital. I mean, I was giving the number that when we started, we were at $300 million. So we're now at 6 billion. That's great, but it's still less than 1% of the global pool of VC money. Now, the only thing that attracts money is money, right? So you need success stories. And, you know, we've been working very hard on showcasing startups to, you know, for exit readiness and support that. So I remember last year we had Karim Begui from InstaDeep at AfricArena. And a few months later, they exited to BioNTech. Incidentally, for the fan of the Tunisian ecosystem, I just got the news this morning that Expensia, which is probably one of the top 3 startups in Tunisia, has just signed an exit deal with a European company. So I think those exit stories create the narrative that actually there is return yielded by those ventures, and that will attract more money. Because let's not forget that the bulk of the money currently invested in our funds, and you're one exception, and you know, I'm so admirative of the work you and Zach do, is DFI money. Yeah. And DFI is a very slow, structured, and comes with lots of, you know, terms and conditions and so forth. So we need to attract other source of capital, and for that we need to produce good exits, and that's an ecosystem play. So we need to all work together to do that. And I think, just to finish, I think the work that Launch Africa has done in the early stage for me is remarkable because, I mean, in the 7 years that I've seen, we don't have a lot of funds taking the risk, having the, you know, the guts to invest in seed to you know, post-seed startup stage, and you've been doing that. And we need more success stories like Launch Africa. We need you to get your fund 2 on the road, and for me, that's the key focus. Perfect. The ecosystem.
So, Patrick, to you, talking about attracting more money, you obviously have celebrated corporate life. And I want to talk about this engagement between startups and corporates. When you were on the other side, what was important for you in terms of, should I work with a startup? Are they going to add value? Are they just going to waste my time? Just give us some of your insights as a corporate executive that some of the startups in the room could have a top tip of when they're engaging with a corporate.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that quite prominently well in your presentation, that corporates do benefit tremendously from the innovation power and speed and creativity of startups. I mean, innovation is a very, very slow process in corporate culture. So when we, and even the cooperation with startups is a very difficult process to manage in a corporate culture. But whenever that worked, it works mostly for strategic reasons. You need certain capabilities, certain tools. You want to jumpstart into certain new product levels, new markets. Then it can be, and it very often is beneficial to engage with startups to do that. I mean, examples is, I mean, I've developed logistics concepts. So example is, you want to jump into new technologies, for example, I don't know, electrification of deliveries. So it is probably much easier to have that developed in conjunction with a startup than to develop this in your own operational department, because they're very stuck in quality and process thinking, and not so much in inventing and developing new things. So you as a startup need to understand the corporate and the corporate goals very well. You need to understand what are their core capabilities, what are the market efficiencies, and then you have to offer the right innovation. So the right innovation is often not very difficult. It can be a very small thing. The process to convince a corporate, and you have done that in South Africa, is not an easy one. So it's not always the easiest route to work with a corporate. But no, in general, I mean, we see some great examples. We see some great examples for Africa. I mean, even the logistics companies I've worked with have invested directly or in partnership contracts into some of
DHL?
them. Yes. DHL and some others, but yeah. So we see some good benefits there.
Yeah, I always tell startup founders, do your research.
Yes.
Make sure that you know who you're speaking to, and because the manager executive has got a personal agenda. They might want to get a promotion, or they understand what you are fulfilling in their personal agenda. Provide the right solution to do that. And when you get in the door, don't get too excited, right? Make sure that you get external advice on the contract you sign, the term sheet, because it's very attractive to be working with a corporate, but some of the terms can be quite restrictive for your future growth, because often they want you to be aligned to their needs first. So just always get external advice when you sign a contract or when you sign any sort of term sheet with a corporate. Christoph, to you, you see a lot of startups come present, and you travel over continent. So tell me about the technologies that you are excited about at the moment, but then more specifically in this environment, I'm seeing a lot of Web3, obviously blockchain and AI, and where do you think Africa is in that adoption?
Yeah, so maybe two remarks there. First of all, on the point that Chanel made, which I think very relevant, if you combine the point I've mentioned on the wealth of talent, tech and entrepreneurial that we have in Africa, the fact that there's a scarcity of capital, and the fact we have serious issues related to infrastructure and the population growth, a lot of African startups are focused on solving very fundamental innovation. Take about climate adaptation or mitigation. We have a lot of startups that are busy in all corners of Africa trying to solve problems to turn a desert into arable land, to ensure that there are better forecasting systems for farmers, that we have marketplace solution for people working in agribusiness and so forth. So whether it's water scarcity, electricity scarcity like we're currently suffering from in South Africa, big time, or just adaptation to huge urban growth, mobility issues, logistics issues, you see incredible founders working in a very productive way because they don't have a lot of capital. So just my experience seeing these hundreds of startups every year is that the potential return, because you have founders that are very disciplined in using the little capital they have to deliver and scale their startups, is the very best of them are going to produce incredible returns. Now, also, the second remark is that contrary to what you would think that Africa is low-tech, they're just solving mobility issues and so forth, I think the exits like, you know, the InstaDeep one, complex AI technology born in design in Africa, actually used by large, you know, European corporate, BioNTech, to help solve a global issue, COVID-19, because I don't know if you know, but InstaDeep AI technology was at the core of the design and the AI-based testing for the development of COVID-19 vaccine, which is why they got acquired by BioNTech, because the technology becomes so critical. So Africa can also do deep tech, can also do hardware. Don't go with the assumption that we're just doing marketplace for their fruits. There's a lot of variety for solving essential problems, but also for providing very innovative deep tech solution to those problems. So, hence, come and go on the field and attend these events to watch the startups, invest in the fund that are investing there. And if you're a corporate, you need an Africa plan, for sure.
Absolutely, and I think this is the key call to action here for both corporates and startups, that we need to build a much wider ecosystem in Africa. So we need to build manufacturing, and we need to build energy, and we need to build infrastructure, which cannot be done by the startups themselves, but they need to entice this by building the components. I mean, an example I always try to give, it's very difficult to move around in Africa, to move goods around in Africa, for logistical reasons, for infrastructure reasons. I mean, as soon as you leave the major cities, the roads become a little bit more complicated to maneuver. The internal customs process between countries is still very, very cumbersome and bureaucratic, although there are very good political advancements with the introduction of the free trade zone, etc. So if you as a startup solve one of these components in a very easy and clever way, that could help attract the other part. I mean, attract, I don't know, a manufacturing plant, because they might postpone the decision just because of one component that's missing. And I've seen that. For example, I've seen this issue of not being able to move goods between custom systems, from one country to another, because just the IT integration infrastructure is just not there. If you could solve that problem, build like an automated custom system for certain processes, that would help and make many decisions for other parts much, much easier. So we should think about those things. I think we shouldn't think about building the next coolest SaaS platform, but about those things. They can be hugely profitable, and they can grow to a very large revenue and profit base.
There's a Tanzanian founder in the room, Amo. I hope you are taking notes. Okay. He's building something similar
Super.
in Tanzania.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Chanel, coming to the crystal ball part of this conversation, right? The future is so uncertain. Both of us have good track records, but we're raising money, capital, for our next fund because this is the journey we want to do. So how are you changing your fundraising strategy in this downturn?
Great question. I think first, if there are founders in this room, if you are a VC or general partner raising for your fund, there's no difference between you and us. I always say this, we're in the same space. raising money to build something that we care about. So I'm no different to you. So I always say this, so I get it. It's challenging, and I think right now in this market, you need to work on relationship building. I spent the first half of this week at a very big conference called Superventure that had a number of limited partners and venture capital funds, their kind of relationship building. And my goal was just to relationship build, because it's a long game, especially when the market is not as great as it is. Something that I am trying to do is go to spaces where they are not aware of all the phenomenal things that are happening on the continent of Africa, and educating them about all the great things that are happening and getting them excited. And so that is what I'm spending a lot of my time doing. That is where I'm putting a lot of my effort. And I think that is where I'll probably raise the most amount of money. I mean, unfortunately, tech and investment, venture capital investment on the continent, especially early stage, is still in its infancy. You know, we mentioned earlier for your presentation, a lot of the startups are still in the early stage. There aren't that many exits. There isn't that much data to build the business case. So you need to spend a lot of time talking about pipeline and what it could look like. And also say, don't miss out. You know, you say, don't miss out. You go back to the dot-com boom and all the investors and LPs that didn't back the tech businesses that were being built then, that have gone on to be some of the first unicorns, right? You say, you missed out then because you were risk adverse, don't miss out now. So I guess that's my continuous message when I am speaking to potential investors and talking about what I am trying to build with Lightpace VC. And I think, you know, both Christoph and Junaid talked about investors on the continent. I'm a slightly different case. I'm from the diaspora. You know, my family's originally from Ghana in West Africa, but I spent a lot of time on the continent. But because there is a need, right? So my background is I used to run a fund in the UK called Cornerstone. It was the UK's first black-owned investment fund, investing in black and diverse founders. And early stage. And I think through exposure and interest and also understanding need, but also understanding the opportunities that were available on the continent is what has driven me to build Lightpace VC and focus on investing in Africa as well as Europe, because there is a need. I think this is where the diaspora and other investors outside of the continent need to work on channeling funding to startups on the continent, because the only way we're really going to get those success stories and case studies, to your point earlier, Junaid, we need to come together, right, to close these funding rounds, and that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah. We're going to head to Q&A. I have one question to Christoph and Patrick. For maybe the audience or the startups that's online, we often think about others helping Africa. But we also have to create a culture of Africa to the world. So the advice, any advice on how an African startup founder sitting in Ghana, Nigeria, in Cote d'Ivoire at the moment listening to this, and they want to expand to Germany or they want to expand to France, what is your one or two top tips that they need to think about?
So it has always been one of the themes that I believe for African founders. I mean, I think it shouldn't be the main theme, but it's one of the themes that the Africa talent base, in their unique creativity and resilience, they have an experience that can be matched with their fantastic education and the availability of now access to all the online tools, etc. You can build solutions that are easily better or can be used in European, Latin American, or other markets in Southeast Asia, etc. A good example, you just mentioned Cote d'Ivoire. I just traveled with your partner Zach. I was in Benin, and we met one of one of the few positive examples of a SaaS company developing a consumer experience software, and their majority of sales is outside Africa. They actually have subscribers that are in other markets because the solution they have built was so low cost and so resilient and so adaptable that other markets that are also maybe emerging or second-tier markets saw that and adapted that solution. So there's a lot of potential for African developers to sell their solution to other markets. Coming to selling it to Germany specifically might be a challenge, because you need to understand two things. Like, you need to understand the market gap in Germany, and you need to build the connection between Africa and Germany. So there are a couple of things being done right now in the trade and logistics area to open up export trade from African markets to German and European consumer and retailer markets, or African products. And unfortunately, there are not too many. There's not too much produced yet in Africa, but I think the market here is huge. There's a huge interest to move import from China and Asia to other markets. So if you could build something that enable, especially German wholesalers and manufacturing supply chains to import stuff from Africa in an easy way and a useful way, that I think would be the main issue. Identify something that can be produced in Africa, that can be specifically sourced from Africa, and I think the market for that is wide open in Germany right now. Everybody wants to relocate supply chains. Everybody wants to build and diversify their supplier base. So I think that should be a focus.
Christoph,
Yeah, I'd complement that. I always say founders, go big or go home. Often you see the founders, especially at seed level, they're thinking for their local markets, even their city, and say, no, guys, you have to build something that is going to be able to scale and produce, the exit that you want. Have the exit in mind when you start, not on the way. And it's very hard to enter European market, US market. We've seen a lot of failures in that area, in South Africa and elsewhere. Yet, what you can see from the exit data is north of 80% of the exit actually came from corporates or large companies outside of Africa. I was mentioning BioNTech, Expensia, but on the fintech sector, we've seen acquisition from US players in Nigeria, for example, and many others. So you have to sell to a global player at some point, whether it's through an open innovation partnership, and it's going to enable you to think globally and to scale your startup beyond your original market. Yet I think one of the differentiators of African founders is that they really understand African markets, even if they're quite different, and have an advantage over European or US players in scaling their ventures in the territory. And I think one of the play for the coming years, and I always look at the trends, not just the dots, and we are very optimistic about the market. We think VC market in Africa will hit $10 billion within the next 5 years. If you look at all the GDP capita data, the investment per capita data, we should be hitting $30 billion in the next 20 years, 30 years. So the market is going to grow for sure. You need to build ventures that are going to be attractive for exits or partnership with global players. And that means working with European, US, Asian corporates. You got to be open. And so part of your venture development has to be, maybe spend a bit less time in fundraising, but a bit more time in selling to global clients like corporates. It's quite key.
Our board chair lady reminds me every 5 minutes to do that. But we're going to open the room to questions. This is your opportunities to ask really tough questions on the three panelists, not me. And so just give your name, just who you work for, and then ask your questions.
Whilst you're thinking of your questions, on the international expansion piece, I would say reach out to the local department trade centers in the different countries, because quite often they have programs to facilitate expansion from the continent to different places in Europe. So I know in England we have it. We have the Department for International Trade. They run a number of programs every year for international expansion, where they will work with you to help you build a business that is ready for that international expansion, and I'm sure a number of other countries across Europe also do the same. So reach out and have those conversations sooner rather than later.
The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for the great insights. I'm Marcus, I'm co-founder of DoDash, an investor relations platform, which is also operating in Africa. And I was wondering, Chanel, when you were talking, and you also talked a lot in general about policy making, and how far do you see a difference when it comes down to policy regulations, when it comes down to climate tech, for example? Because in Germany, there's a lot of bureaucratic processes that delay some of that, and COVID and everything has accelerated that in the war. But what type of differences do you see on the African continent compared to European continent in which you're investing?
As much as there is bureaucracy in certain European markets, especially within the EU, it is a lot more advanced, believe it or not, when it comes to climate policy and the advancement of climate policy. What I've seen is that on the continent, a lot of, especially in the major markets, are looking to the West to see what policies have been put in place and what mandates have been approved, and they are using that as a guideline and a blueprint. So as painful as it is, and I have seen some of the reporting requirements in Europe around climate and, you know, all the red tape you have to get through, it is significantly more advanced. I would say on the continent of Africa, it's still in its infancy, and it has a long way to go. We'll see, you know, climate on the continent of Africa, for me and probably for all of us, is a very important one, because it is one of the continents that is the most adversely impacted but contributes the least. You know, climate tech is still in its infancy on the continent, but I think in the next sort of 5 years, we're going to see some major players spin out, because right now a lot of problems are happening, and as everyone on the panel has mentioned, Africans are building for solutions that are affecting them at home first, and climate is definitely affecting Africans on the continent right now.
This is a very, very interesting aspects, because climate, again, in Africa is a similar leapfrogging thing like communication was. So a lot of climate investment will be done because to solve basic energy needs. And it's just cheaper to move to climate-friendly solutions than trying to go through a 5-year planning or 10-year planning process for a nuclear power station. It will be cheaper and more effective to have a broad-based solar rollout. And there will be a necessity to do that. And it's not only because of policies, although they're already good policies, but it's because of economic sensibility to move to climate-friendly solutions. So storage and solar and wind and water production, you see a lot of initiatives, especially in markets that are energy constrained, like South Africa, like Nigeria, where the economy is the driver, not the policy. And that's really interesting, and I would say that's a very important field to discover. I just want to mention one example. For example, like you see a lot of microgrid solar developing in Africa, in many markets. Microgrid solar, very often financed from here. And I'm just working with one founder that develops, or one founder team, like a company. They develop a software to connect microgrids into a structured grid, and then enable the selling and of the power to small businesses. So have sensors, basic digital meters, smart meters, and the whole prediction of production software behind that. And they've developed a system that is actually easy to use and advanced enough in its AI prediction of power generation that we have now attracted 2 European utilities, small-scale utilities in a good European market. They actually look at their software now, which is really, I mean, we have had first meetings now, which is an interesting, so they never thought of the European market. They actually from Zimbabwe. So like a small country in comparison, but the technology they've built is cool enough because they basically built this for a real use case. So, and we now think, can we use this in European markets as well? So there's also big potential.
If we're looking around policy around Africa, there's this organization called the African Union. It's our equivalent of the EU. They drive policy. Then every country has to adopt their frameworks for that policy. And then it's the implementation, which is often where we struggle with, right? So Africa is amazing at policies. Absolutely. But it's the implementation. So you want to almost check with the AU, then filter into that country that you're interested in, and then look at how they actually implement it. That's the three pillars. One last question. We're running, two. I see your hand. Sorry,
So I was wondering, my name is Pearl and I'm a student here at Code. I was wondering if on this conversation we're also thinking about policy making in regards to creativity in the education system, because I grew up in Ghana. And so I'm super excited to see Chanel, by the way. And I wonder what policy is being done to ensure that there's creativity in the education system, because I feel like one of the things that I felt like I was not equipped with is the idea of creative confidence to, you know, that fosters that ability to believe that we can create things, that we can innovate on the continent, and to even think about those things, because usually we're not thinking about that until we're exposed to places like this where we see people creating and doing phenomenal things, and then we begin to feel like, oh, actually, so I could also create something. So I'm curious what is going on in the continent with that regard.
Yeah, maybe I'll comment on that quickly. I'm sure Chanel will also have some reaction. But on the regulation question, which touches onto that, one of the major restrainer of the ecosystem historically, and it's still very much the case, is the fact that we have very restrictive, obsolete, sometimes regulation in place with regards to intellectual property, or with regards to capital flow in many African countries. If you look at, you know, most of the, even the top ecosystem like South Africa, we suffer from, you know, when you want to take money out the country, if you're an investor, you invest in, when you get your proceeds out, you got to get all sorts of approvals from the Reserve Bank. There's a famous story that one of the first exits in South Africa by Mark Shuttleworth, he couldn't take his money out the country. So he had to sue the regulator and actually failed. So fortunately, a number of African countries like Tunisia have started putting in place more modern approach to this, which is what they call startup acts. In fact, Digital Collective Africa, we're very involved in advocacy work to push startup acts across the continent. And more holistically than that, startup plans to equip, to remove the red tape, which is inhibiting founders like you to start from Ghana a business if, you know, you're going to have all sorts of constraints, and also to enable more foreign direct investment from VC without having you to put your company in Delaware, because, you know, it's an issue. So right now, the Delaware thing is a workaround. But we've seen a startup act in Tunisia, and if you see these big exits now, it's because they started 6 years ago with the startup act, and it's many levels, including at university level, to enable tech founders to get the capital and really create, scale a company quickly. There are in progress startup acts in various countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Mali, 7, South Africa. I'm very involved in that, unfortunately, you know. Our government is very slow to act, but yes, there is a lot of things happening, but there's a lot of work to be done, and it's probably the most important regulation we have to do is cut the regulation, cut the red tape, and, you know, just enable.
I'll be very quick. It starts with education. So I can speak for Ghana because I know a lot about what's going on right now. there's an organization, if you have links to Ghana, called Foundivine, and they're working on changing the education and the way the youth are educated, and in the way that they have historically been taught to learn is very different to the way that we are taught to learn in the West. You know, in the West we are taught to challenge, to be innovative. In Ghana, to be quite frank, you were taught to recite, you know, and retain. And that doesn't fuel innovation. So the work that Foundivine are doing in Ghana is exactly the opposite of that. There are a number of STEM programs. So I would say if you're looking for the groups that are doing the work on the ground, look for the ones that are trying to implement STEM programs in early stage educational programs across the continent, because they are trying to change this.
Cool. Sorry guys, I have to cut this amazing panel short now, but you know, be prepared. We have an amazing networking opportunity coming up over lunch, just in a few moments. But yeah, why don't we just give a massive, massive hand to our amazing panelists for sharing so much wisdom and insights into the market. This is... Guys, I'm standing here and I'm just really, really happy that something like this, you know, for me, this is the day-to-day business that I strive on, right? And it's almost this little bubble, you know, where we're all so excited about the development of the ecosystem, the potentials, but also the challenges. Yet it really excites me to bring this to Berlin, and I hope that a lot of you gain some valuable insights from today's summit, as well as actually this is the perfect opportunity to also over lunch and later on meet each other and, you know, exchange information, thoughts, develop collaborations, develop great meaningful conversations on, you know, how together, and we're back to the term family, can you know, continue to build bridges between the continents. That being said, so quick one, we have got 2 small keynotes and a panel coming up, and then we'll move into the lunch. So buckle up for much more really, really cool content. And then I'm really excited to grab some lunch, grab a bite with all of you, which will be downstairs in the beautiful cafe area, where we'll all be sitting together, sharing a meal, and, you know, continue having great conversations. So that being said, the Q&A was done, and now I had to practice a little bit. I hope I'll get it right. I'm extremely excited to announce Ijajo Arak Baryuso to the stage. Ijajo is the head of startup business, France, Southern Europe, Middle East, and Turkey and Africa for AWS. So it is just phenomenal that all of you guys come to support and speak and share insights. So with that being said, over to Ijajo on the topic of how can we scale a much more resilient pipeline for women in tech in Africa, which is an incredibly important topic. And if I can take one thing ahead, what I've seen on the ground is that when it comes to women in tech in Europe and comparing that with Africa, I must say Africa in that regard has an incredible chance and in phenomenal potential, and I look forward to learning much more about that now from Ijajo. Welcome, Ijajo.
Hello, and thanks for the introduction, as well as thank you to AfricArena, right, for the partnership. We've been working with you on the ground, on the continent for some time, in many, many different hubs, and we look forward to continue doing that with you. So as you rightfully said, you pronounced my name really well. My name is Ijajo. I lead the startup business for France, Southern Europe, excuse me, Turkey, Middle East, and Africa. We had, under my team as well, and my leadership, the first team at AWS dedicated solely for Africa. Right? We created that many years ago, so I'm glad to share my experience with all of you. And one thing that I like to say about Africa is the only geography that I work with that keeps me extremely humble every time because of the opportunity, the scale, and the learnings, right, on a daily basis. Happy to share a couple of things with you today. There you go. A quick note for a couple of you, because I don't think you know this, and this is connected to a point that was mentioned in the panel before, which goes about the technology that's been developed in the continent. And we have a really good example. So here you can see that in 2006, EC2, pretty much our computing service, which is the bread and butter of any cloud computing service in the world, was developed in South Africa by engineers in South Africa. And we took that and scaled that to the world. Right? So that is a development that happened there on the ground in Cape Town by engineers from Cape Town, from South Africa, for the world. And this is one of the main services, right, that we all use nowadays, and also kick-started cloud computing in the world. Right? So there are many examples like this, but I think this one connects perfectly with the point that we mentioned before. Fast forward to a couple of more things. We do have a big office in Cape Town. You can see the development of AWS on the ground. And one of the things that you didn't see on the slide is that we opened our Nigerian office this year in Lagos as well. So we continue to invest and open more offices on the ground. And I also look forward to continuing this timeline, right, in a couple of years. On the startup team, on my team, so people who work with startups and tech founders, we do have people also on the ground, right? And those people also come from African countries, most notably from the Big Four that we mentioned before. Some numbers to this, right? And this is not only about AWS, but this is an illustration for all of you of what this means for the African continent. When you come in with a company like ours, with cloud, you can see the economic impact directly, right, on the GDP of a country. In this case, is South Africa, but also in the long run. So you can see, one, job creation as well, and these are the number of jobs that we expect to create by 2029. That's also another impact that we expect on GDP by 2029 in South Africa in particular. And there are many more things that you can have a look at to see the actual numbers and the value that we bring to the South African economy in this impact report that you can find online. You just Google AWS Impact Report Africa, and you can see this. It's just one example of the things that companies like ours bring to the continent, and will continue to do so. One important point as well, because we keep talking about startups, is the number of startups that was enabled. Right now, the number is growing at 2,600 companies, and we continue to invest in those startups across the continent. We are country agnostic. So let's look into Africa. You saw these numbers before in another form, but let me pause here because it's a really important one to have a look at. This is the development from 2015 until now in Africa when it comes to investments. We only see 2 pointers, right? One is the number of rounds and the total value. Both of them, that growth from 2015 to 2022 is higher than the European average. So when we talk about leapfrogging, acceleration, this is what acceleration looks like. I do understand, and we also mentioned before, that 2023 will be tough, but for many of us, right? But this acceleration puts us in a really, really good point on the continent. And this shows already that we have many startups, and growing from last year, that can pitch and know how to raise those funds. And those exact people will help us to train the next ones. A couple more numbers. We also talked about the Big Four before. I'm showing you exactly the same Big Four, right? South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and Kenya. True that we can also see Ghana there, but I'd like to mention also Senegal, right? And the good things are happening there too, which are accelerating year on year too. A couple more things that, apart from looking at tier 2 countries and helping those, is one more point that we mentioned before: education and training, and the number of developers. It's no coincidence that the big hubs like Cairo, Lagos, and Cape Town have the highest number of developers, and we need to continue to train those people, because otherwise you're going to be facing a very big challenge going forward. But the talent is there, and the numbers back that. So briefly on the female part of this equation, which we mentioned briefly in passing, but it's a really important one, not because of inequality only, but because also we are missing on a really, really big opportunity for the continent and for the economic impact of the continent. So I like this slide. It's not the prettiest slide of all of them, but it shows you a couple of things that everyone should know. So if we look at startups funded in 2022, you can see that 20% of them have at least one woman in the founding team. 20%. If we look at the total number, obviously the total percentage declines, right, from 21.5 to 20%, because also investments increased, right? But that's a really good development, right, in a really good path, 20%. Right now, if you look at the bottom, and then I have another stat for you too, Europe or the Western world is nowhere near that number. So when we talk about female representation, we should be looking at Africa, right? Not the other way around. And that's an important one to have a look at. Second thing is, only $1 of all the invested dollars versus 25 are directed to women versus men. So you can see already the huge opportunity that we have if we try to bridge that gap and accelerate that, right, when it comes to female entrepreneurs and funding female entrepreneurs. The Big Four, I think we need to be much more, I'm gonna even say ruthless and in hard with the Big Four and the representation of women on the Big Four. And the clear one that's lagging right now, excuse me, is Egypt with 13.7. I'm glad to see Kenya there, I'm glad to see South Africa and Nigeria as well, but Egypt is the one lagging, and I think we should pay a close attention to that. We can ask more for the countries that have more, right? And the last two slides, what you can see here is that there's a clear mismatch between what's happening in the continent overall in the economy and also the startup funding. What this means is, and this is a stat from the Central Bank of Africa, 25% of all businesses in Africa are either run or started by women. 25, 1 in 4. Let that sink. In Europe and the Western world, we're nowhere near that, right? But as you can see, the representation of founders who get investment in the startup world, it's nowhere near that either, right? So we have some work to do. And the last one is one of my favorite stats because it shows you already the economic impact of women-led businesses, which is tangible and very tangible for the continent. If we don't grasp that, if we don't accelerate that, we're going to be missing on economic growth for Africa overall, not only for women, but overall. Two more things to look at. So if you look at the verticals where the funding is going to, we mentioned fintech before, we mentioned agriculture as well in passing, education too. What you see here is that the main difference between all male, mixed or female is that for those startups with at least one woman founder, the vast majority of the investment and the delta is that it goes to education startups as well as agriculture. That's the biggest delta in the total funding. Versus, yes, they are represented in fintech, but much less than the all-male ones. And we talked about the big opportunity that we see in fintech in the next 5 years. So we need to look at where are the sectors where we see more women, where are the sectors that are getting most funding, and you see a clear mismatch. So two things, right? I wanted to make sure that I also point out at the main obstacles. We measure what the main obstacles are with dollar value, and we also measure what the opportunity is for the continent and what we are missing. Again, this is about inequality, yes, but it's also about a missed opportunity for growth for the whole African continent. So if you look at the first one, and I think that's a staggering one, there's a 42 billion gap, right, in investment currently, and that means from companies started, run by at least one woman founder, right, and the investment gap, that is the data that we're pulling. This is a World Economic Forum giving us these data sources, right, and these data points. Two, what I said before, key sectors, especially fintech, who is harnessing the most part of the investment value and rounds, women are underrepresented there. We do have notable examples and exceptions. Just to mention one, Pivo, for example, which is a really good one, run by 2 female founders, Y Combinator, and many more, but not enough. Right? I can give you 20 names of fintech companies run by men, and then many, many less run by women. And the last one is, and we mentioned that also in the panel in passing, is that women normally go for other sources of financing, right? Because it's extremely hard to access money in the continent, specifically for women, right? And we're looking at grants, we're looking at different schemes that women trying to access and normally access versus males. 2 more points about the opportunity in the continent. That number, I think it's fairly surprising. So if we continue down this path in Africa, it will take 140 years to reach parity. 140. If we look at the GDP impact, we're looking at 316 billion to be gained on GDP, right, on the continent, if we tackle the gender gap issue. And the last one is my personal opinion, and I believe many share this here. I think entrepreneurship will reach and bridge this gap. Starting companies, accelerating companies, being operators in companies, that is the biggest opportunity for the continent. If you think about the stat I showed before, 25% of companies were started or run by at least one woman. That's already a really, really big number. We need to double down on that to bridge the gender gap. 2 more things. So briefly on what we do is a very brief introduction. We're doing a couple of things, right? So as AWS, as I told you before, we do have offices on the ground. We do have our data region also on the ground in Cape Town. But we are launching a couple of programs dedicated to females and also dedicated to African founders. One of the most exciting ones that we have is that we pledged globally to train 21 million people. When it comes to Africa, we deliver that through 21 programs in 21 African countries. We have one per each of those 21 countries. So I couldn't agree more with the panel before, talking about education, education and education. This program aims at training anyone who wants to sign up at no cost for cloud skills in Africa. It's on the ground. Well, we do many more things, but one of the things I'd like to mention specifically for startups is that we do have a team solely dedicated, right, to looking at programs, funding, resources that we need across the globe for those founders that are normally typically underrepresented. We do have a big focus on Africa, right, and specifically on my team. And the last one is, this is also something that I do myself. I do one-on-one mentoring sessions, right, with early-stage female founders. I'm talking about those with no investments raised, right? Because that's the most critical part. And I'm not the only one in the company. Okay? One quick one with AfricArena, right? We do have this challenge with AfricArena, which is only for female founders on the ground. You can see that there's a cash prize and so many more things that you can access to. So if you would like to know more about this, do you know someone who should go through this program, reach out to me or AfricArena directly, right? This is something that we are launching with AfricArena alone, dedicated to female founders in Africa. So we're doing many more things, but I wanted to show you this one today as well. And last but not least, I was asked for advice, right, for female founders in Africa. And these are my points, the ones that I would raise, right? The first one is work on your network. I know this sounds obvious, but this is the most important one and the one that I've seen that changes the game, right? And when I say network, you'll know LinkedIn, you know Reddit, you can be on GitHub. There are so many different channels to reach out to people. I get those reach outs. I reach out also proactively to people. This is the most important thing on the ground. Because as a couple of you said before, many people in Africa are in many other countries which are not the big four, right? And have a fantastic idea and are already, right, running a small business, right? We all need to get used to reaching out to people and answering those questions. Think about your network. Number 2, and this is the reality, female founders pay it forward. Female founders, statistically speaking, hire more women. And this is the stats. Stats are stubborn, right? So if that's the truth, and if you know that that's happening, and you are a female founder, do target those female founders and those female investors as well first. Not only, but do that, and do that homework to increase your chances. And 3, get trained. It can be with us, with someone else. There are many more schemes on the ground, but do get trained, because in many occasions, the people that reach out to me have a very simple question, which is a key question. I don't have the right education, I don't have the right title, I don't have the right stamp, and I don't have the right skills. How do I bridge all of those things? Some of them do have the skills, don't have the right stamp. Get trained, get that stamp. Right? Get that stamp from a certified place. It could be AWS, it could be another one, right? But get that, because that is one of the things that people, when they talk to you, they would be looking at. That's the stubborn truth as well. Our next one is the global investors. We mentioned that before, but this is extremely important for Africa. There are many active investors in Africa, but there are many global investors who don't know how to invest in Africa. Right? They're looking at Africa, but they don't know. Do think globally. Right? Do think global. Don't be thinking only about your local investors also, but do think globally. Right? I had this stat from 2022, which says that 80% of the total funding, right, dollar value, that went to Africa comes from outside Africa. We need to improve that, because we need to improve the number of African investors investing in Africa, 100%. But this is the reality right now. Think globally. Right? There are many, many resources. We mentioned a couple before. I can mention many more. Get to those resources. Think about those investors. Think about the connections of those investors. That information is online nowadays. And the last one is crafting the story. Right? And this is a basic one, but one that will help you big time. And crafting the story means you might not be 100% sure about your vision and mission, but get your vision and get your execution ready. Right? You need to be able to tell a compelling story with an execution plan fairly quickly in a really, really simple way. Right? And that's one that I will double down on. Right? Make sure. Because in many occasions, when I talk to entrepreneurs, they tell me, these are my 5 scenarios. Absolutely, you do. Simplify that a lot. Simplify. Because what I see outside, specifically with global investors thinking about investing in Africa, is that you need to make this simple for them. Right? For many of them, Africa is a huge continent and they don't know much about it. Make it very, very simple and clear. I'm going to pause there. And I would like to have any questions that you may have, or otherwise I'm going to remove myself from lunch and this panel, because I'm sure everyone is hungry. But happy to take any questions that you may have.
Brilliant presentation. Love what you do. So female founders are often over-mentored and undercapitalized, right? So the training is important, but we also have to have an honest conversation about where's the money. And part of that is that there's not enough female at investment decision-making processes. Yeah. So there aren't enough fund managers, etc. So how are you thinking about your value chain? Obviously doing really good work at the female founder, but there's female investment committee members that needs to be added to these funds. There's female fund managers like Chanel. There's female decision makers at the DFIs. And I almost think that AWS, because of a global power, can use soft influence to influence all of that. So are you thinking about the value chain?
Absolutely. And I agree with you, right? There are unfortunately not many people like Chanel right now. We need more. And there's another point I would mention before answering your question, is that what I've seen globally, not particularly in Africa, but what I've seen globally, is that many companies founded by females who then go and only target female investors have a lower chance of succeeding, right? Which is unfortunate, but it's also the truth, right? So yes, so to your question about self-influencing, we need to do much more, right? So I'm really happy to hear some ideas because it's a serious matter and we need to double down on this one. But we need to think about the whole network. So one, Female investors. Second, board members of those companies or in other companies influencing that. We don't have enough females there either. And third, and you mentioned that before, also fundraising for those funds, when you have also a lead investor or partner, it's challenging, and it's more challenging, right? So it's challenging on both ends, on the investor side and on the female founder side. So one thing that we do is we do create pitching sessions only for females with top funds, right, across the globe. We do that. One of the last ones that we did was in Paris, and we also invited some African founders as well, so French-speaking African country, startups. But I think we need to do much more in that direction. You need to create an environment where you have top investors obliged to see the pitches of female founders. And I'm pretty bullish on that one. I think you need to create that and only put those investors, those startups in front of those investors. I don't think there's any way around that. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Kave, and I'm the founder of Talent Diverse. We help companies hire female talent and also BIPOC talent here in Berlin, and I'm also the organizer of Black in Tech Berlin. And last month in May, we had an event on Africa Day, and we were talking about how we can build bridges between the diaspora and the continent, and how we can influence this power that we have here on the motherland. And I wanted to ask you if you have an idea how we could use the power of female African diaspora to actually push more checks onto the continent, or just build bridges between the African female founders on the continent and female diasporas here in Europe or wherever.
It's a really good point. And if I'm not mistaken, the biggest diaspora in Europe of African founders is in London, right now.
We're coming too.
And Berlin upcoming. Hopefully, we will just surpass them soon. I'm based in Berlin, by the way. So that being said, we also have, and I also have a team member in London for that exact reason, right? So we are aware of where the diaspora is. But to your point, I think there are two things. So one, we need to give visibility of those 25% females with businesses on the continent. We need to give visibility to people on the continent first, right? And then second, we also need to do exactly the same thing in the main hubs, right? I think we need to start telling the story and include myself and our company as well in that to help you bring the visibility to that diaspora. If we're thinking about London and Berlin, and that's where the stats are, we need to be doing something targeted in those diasporas, right? To your question about what do we do with those companies or those female, African females who are in, let's say, European cities as a diaspora, I think we need to think about the agenda of investors. ESG, right? All of them have goals, all of them, right? And we need to be very tactical, right? I'm not saying that's the only solution, but if we think about what's on their agenda, ESG, what are the goals that they have? Again, I'll go back to what I said before. We need to put those people in those diasporas in front of those investors. And I do know that the vast majority of top investors in Europe do have ESG goals. Same for Germany. Happy to give you some pointers there too.
I'd love to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other question? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. I mean, as I said, this is just like yet another fact on, you know, why I'm so excited about Africa and like what we see on a day-to-day basis, especially the female founder ecosystem. It's actually, you know, really should be really inspiring for Europe and the rest of the world, the way women are pushing businesses in Africa. So thank you very, very much for the contribution there. And what you're doing it's phenomenal, and I hope there were some incredible insights for you now. That being said, we've almost earned lunch now. Just like one more panel, and then we'll be diving into lunch. And this panel, I am, as with every panel today, I'm extremely excited about, because now we will be talking about building bridges of innovation between Europe and Africa. So of course, this is a topic extremely close to my heart, and the vision of our company, what we're pushing on a day-to-day basis. And I'm so excited that the panelists who will be joining me shortly agreed to do so today, because we have incredible success stories from Philip and Daniel, who actually pulled the big thing, the big goal off already, namely like arranging an exit for a company between Germany and Cape Town, so Europe and Africa, in fact, and we'll be sharing some insights on that. Then we have Louis with us, who is one of the most active venture builders between the continents, having performed a rocket growth journey over the last few years now, been working with hundreds of people through his firm between the continents, and now predominantly also based out of Berlin, with also offices in Cape Town, so an incredible story there. And then, of course, you have heard the name Launch Africa Ventures quite a bit today, so we're also very, very excited to be welcoming Margaret O'Connor, who is the chairwoman of Launch Africa Ventures, based out of the UK, London, and she'll be an incredible addition to add some additional context when it comes to building these bridges. So with no further ado, let's welcome our panelists to the stage and dive into this discussion. And it would be awesome if you could also get some more water. Phenomenal. As the panelists approach that, how are we guys doing? Are we excited? Is it of value? Is it interesting? Are we getting something out of it? How's the feeling? All getting hungry, but I hope we can also eat on a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of a knowledge snack, and then we'll dive right in. I'll be sitting on like this. You are the center of this discussion. Cool. Philip, we'll be passing you the microphone. So, I mean, we have got, apparently we've got an incredible audition. Yes, also hello to all the people watching. From what I've heard, we've got about 1,000 people from all over the world who are actually watching what is happening right now. Definitely we have got our most resilient Africa fans, from Africa live streaming, as well as other regions of the world, UK, Germany, the Middle East, people who couldn't be here today. But this shows also the strength of this brand, and it excites me a lot to see how both in the digital space, but also here locally, everyone starts to resonate with the topic of Africa and the potential. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Margaret. And now, I mean, as we're talking about the potential, I'd love just to start with Philip, because Philip did this magical thing. You achieved what every founder wants to achieve one day. Is like start with an idea, build a company, and then take it to the phase where it's not only profitable but growing tremendously and starts like catching the attention for exit and growth partners. So please introduce yourself to us and tell us a little bit about your phenomenal story with Comex.
How are you guys doing? Roundouts afterwards, yeah? Okay. Hi everyone, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. When Michael contacted us, I think around, I would say only 2 weeks ago, it was an absolute no-brainer that I would love to be on this panel. And my name is Philip, I'm 35 years old, recently married, originally Northern German, studied at a very, very scrappy small school, mechanical engineering at some point, which led me to Schindler Elevators, and I got to spend some time at Google before it was cool, between 2010 and 2012 after that, which really changed my life in the terms of going from machinery towards digital. And seeing Google, this massive juggernaut back then based in Dublin, and Facebook and LinkedIn and all those companies grew so significantly through the power of actually B2B sales teams, coming back to the mainland of Europe, realizing that we really do have a problem in the terms of sales operations, how we run our teams and our commercial mindset. So this never left me. Fast forward, then I took a break, did my master's, which led me through a coincidence to the Graduate School of Business in Cape Town, where I met my co-founder till this day, Peter. And ever since then, we've been exploring the space of sales enablement for SMBs, and this was the evolvement how Comics was founded. Comics today is a company with around 180 people between Germany and South Africa, and also remote across the globe. We help companies streamline their sales operations processes, specifically when it comes to finding message market fit, shortening deal cycles, and data analytics on CRM. And this is basically our story. I'm happy to answer any questions. The big thing for us was that we've kind of made this axle happen between Germany and South Africa, and also I will probably have the more European perspective on this, full disclosure, but I'll try to be here to respond to any questions on that.
Cool, thank you. Daniel, representing Carl Square today. Thank you so much for being here with us today as well.
Yeah, absolutely glad to be here. So, and thank you for inviting us. I'm a colleague of Mark, which some of you are familiar with. So I'm a partner with Carl Square, which is a corporate finance boutique, originally coming from Hamburg, but now with offices in other cities in Europe and also in San Francisco. So, and we are focusing basically on transactions, deal size, so at a later stage. So we are mainly doing transactions starting from 25 million, 30 million enterprise value up to 400, 500 million enterprise value. So typical situation is founder-driven business at the next stage, or looking into the next stage. Yeah? So a little bit of de-risk is mostly one of the intentions, but also to stay with the business and then grow it together with, in most of the cases, together with a private equity company to the next level. So to accelerate growth for another 5 years, or even doing a secondary for another 10 years. So with having said that, we are focused on 5 verticals, which is software, business services, consumer businesses, but more D2C consumer businesses, life science, and industrial tech. So, and I'm sitting here because I advised Philip and his team and co-founders in the transaction where we identified Flex Capital, which is a Berlin-based private equity company, focusing purely on tech companies, mainly in software space. So, and this was more or less a very typical transaction for us. So a very successful company, already cash generative, highly cash generative in this case. So looking for the next step. So, and that's what we did, and we will come to that later on.
Hi, I'm Margaret. I'm the chairlady of Launch Africa. I'm based in London. I spend a lot of my time with LPs, both in Launch Africa and potential secondary buyers of Launch Africa portfolio companies in venture capital and private equity, as well as corporate. I spent 20 years on the ground in Africa working with big banks and insurance companies on their digital transformation strategies at a board level and connecting them to tech startup talent. So I'm very familiar with some of the unique challenges, especially regulatory uncertainty in certain African geographies. And a lot of my work here in Germany this week is talking to German corporates about the African youth dividend and how we could potentially help build stronger bridges of human capital between Europe and Africa. And really excited to be here with all of you.
Cool. Hey, my name is Louis. Originally from South Africa. I guess my background would be in a long string of very unsuccessful startups over the years. Some of them kind of mediocrely okay later on. But yeah, so I run a company called The Delta. We're a venture builder or a venture catalyst. We're based between Europe and predominantly South Africa. We have around just over 200 people that help startups from pretty much the beginning all the way through to the end. We have a balance sheet portfolio of about 40-something ventures at the moment between both, so split between Africa and Europe. And yeah, I mean, I've kind of worked with a range of different founders who have been at whatever combination of either having teams based in South Africa, teams based in Africa, markets in Europe, teams in Europe, markets in Africa. I've seen a range of different combinations of how that does and doesn't work. And yeah, really interested to kind of see like how that whole axis that we're talking about here between kind of, I guess, Europe and Africa, and particularly Germany and Africa, really can help us understand how to play it better, right? So yeah, I thought.
Cool. Thanks, Louis. There I'm back. So yeah, like let's maybe dive straight in with that aspect. Philip, you were mentioning earlier that you have teams both in South Africa as well as here in Germany, and could you maybe share with us and the audience a little bit of like how that kind of relationship to have these two office sites, how does it actually contribute to the success of comics, and where do you see the advantages of having like you know intercontinental offices, but also where are a little bit of the challenges with that?
So there were a bunch of questions, and I'm just trying to tell a little bit of that story, because I could sit here now after 5 years saying this was also straightforward, and most of the stuff is not, although some people might want to give you that impression. So for us, we didn't quite think about it. We had 3 co-founders. 2 of us were back then based between Berlin and Copenhagen, where we did our studies. Chris and me were in Copenhagen, but I also traveled between South Africa and Denmark back then, mostly because I had actually massive winter blues, don't like the winter, right, go down to Cape Town. That's what you do, and what many people do even more now today. And Pete was always based in South Africa, different life phase, had a family. And when you decide for a co-founder, for us, we just really had that goal of building a business that, number one, would be working sustainably, so we didn't want to do it with investors. And the second thing was eventually that it would run profitably. And if you then run profitably, eventually, and you're doing well, potentially you can then at some point think about doing an exit, right? But this was never the goal. So for us, it wasn't a strategic decision to build between Berlin, Copenhagen, and Cape Town. It was a necessity because that's where we're based, right? What we learned, however, over the course of the time, and looking also, of course, at the exchange rate, that there's terrific currency arbitrage advantages, specifically when you run a service-heavy business. And it turned out for us, although Pete is our CTO and come from a development background, that we wanted to build customer services quite quickly. We wanted to deliver great experiences. And we also found that our target group was in need desperately for specific services. In our case, this is services such as sales team hiring, training, as well as CRM analysis. Now, when you're in that spot, and you may be a little bit switched on how to scale services, make them repeatable, and you can do this without a language barrier for German customers, then South Africa is a fantastic playground, right? We're looking at, the Western Cape, who has a massively educated, I think, youth, I would say. On the same time, although it's, terrible for the local population, there's a huge demand for work because we have a high unemployment rate, which is terrible for down there, but of course you as an entrepreneur might have a solution for that in providing real jobs. You have service centers, we just heard this earlier, from Amazon or from Lufthansa, which are very, very specialized in business process outsourcing. So if you want to create service staff with an American mindset, trained by Amazon, it's a great playground to poach there, to be honest, if you offer the right perks. So based on this perspective, we drove a lot of the technical side of things, the data side of things that required, data ops and quite accurate labor, as well as services and support. So this was our setup, right? As we grew further and as our development teams matured, we also hired more tech development from UX, design, those things down there. Not specifically actually for cost reasons, but also because available talent, and we had an office there, which was quite intriguing for most. And as we now mature even further, it actually goes beyond Cape Town with more developers also based in Nigeria and Turkey, etc. But the big thing for us, I guess, was number one, necessity, because we just worked where we lived. Number two was seeing what the business needed and trying to make the most out of those locations where we were. And now third, becoming a more global and professional operation is really around just not being afraid of doing certain things clearly remotely with the right people in place. Yeah.
Thank you, Philip. Now, Daniel, I would like to phrase a question for you. Now, predominantly addressed to the founders who are here today and also have signed on from a digital perspective. It was kind of the first deal that you guys did from like between the continents. And you know, in the briefing we had, we were chatting about, you know, the cultural differences. This is like were there other kind of aspects of the due diligence process that were quite important, or like what was kind of how did the process look like, and what did investors or like a partner such as Flex Capital think about, you know, that the company of Philip, that Comics was operating between the continents? What were the learnings? Were there any specifics on the scenario? Like, could you just share with us a little bit how that all went through?
Yes, happy to do so. So I think when we first met, we first have to find out what kind of company is it? Is it more a South African company? Is it a European company? Is it a Berlin-based company? And so I think we decided from very early on to present it as an international company. Company language was always English. The mindset was, I mean, you have so many nations working for you. So that was crystal clear from day one. And then it was also quite clear that we want to predominantly approach financial sponsors, i.e. private equity investors. So, and per se, they are very open for international companies, mainly from Europe, but also from abroad. So, nevertheless, we were aware that there is a positive connotation in Germany towards South Africa. Yeah, I would definitely say that. I mean, most of the people have been there, or at least have friends who have traveled there regularly. So it's a positive, especially when it comes to Africa. This is definitely one of the countries where most people have a relationship to. So which was very easy for us to put it into the presentation and into the story. But then I think what was different from a typical European transaction was then that the focus of the due diligence was a little bit different. So normally I would always say the main topic of a due diligence is always commercial due diligence, which is also the case here, but with regard to the South African branch, the commercial aspects were not that much of importance. Also not the financials were that much of importance. That was all checked more or less here for the German company. But what was important from day one was always to convince them that everything has been set up in a, and I mean, you can imagine that Germany is, especially with those aspects, very strict, that this has been set up in a transparent way, that is from a legal perspective, that it's diligenceable, also from a tax perspective. So no one in Germany, also from the big law firms, had any experience with South Africa. So we have to rely on local friends of the law firms. So we call it friends, yeah, it's not personal relationships, but law firm, befriended law firms, which gives you an expert opinion on tax aspects. And then it comes, in the case of Comex, a big topic was also labor law. So are they on the payroll? How is the system there? And I think that was the difference, because this is normally a ticket box in German due diligence, yeah, legal. I mean, of course it's important, and maybe there are lawyers among you, but I would say this is not moving the needle in a transaction, yeah, normally. So the same goes for tax. So if commercial and financial is over, I'm always totally relaxed on a transaction. But in this case, I think that is an important topic, and you have to tackle this early on, yeah. Be prepared when it comes to the structure, be prepared when it comes to tax, be prepared when it comes to labor law issues, or not issues, but topics, and in general, be a little bit more prepared in a more structured way, compared, give 110%, put it like this, yeah? Because this is, because per se, as I said, people are very positive about South Africa, but nevertheless, it makes life much easier if you tackle on those issues early on in the due diligence.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah, Margaret, please.
Daniel, that was like an advertisement for the governance toolkit that we're working on with a digital collective action, Launch Africa, African Venture Capital Association. So a huge area of focus for us going forward is to ensure that entrepreneurs from pre-seed to seed understand how their governance needs to evolve. And from seed to Series A, how it needs to become more sophisticated, going from an advisory board to a fiduciary board. And Launch Africa is extremely interested in ensuring that all the entrepreneurs in the ecosystem understand the vital importance of audited accounts and accurate and up-to-date financial reporting, because of how much of a leverage that gives you in negotiations for follow-on rounds. So, just thank you so much for being really transparent about this story, because we know, especially in the current funding environment, where follow-on rounds are slower to close and the possibility of trade sales, it's all going to take more time. So as there's more trust in the data around African startups, these follow-on deals will be much easier to do. The trade sales will be much easier to do. So we're really trying to have positive peer pressure among entrepreneurs and have a common set of expectations for venture capital investors at different life stages. We will not pass on a Series A deal until we have 110% confidence in the data of that company.
Absolutely, and let me add, those kind of deals are always driven by two parts. There's the deal team who's excited, who likes the founders and wants to pursue. But then you always have some others in the ICs who are not in the deal team, and in the banks when it comes to private equity. And those people, I don't know why this is the case, but they tend to focus on things where you might have an issue. And they always come up with those little stupid, annoying questions. And it's good if you are prepared and you can convince them very early on, because then later, the better you are prepared, the earlier they start questioning the transaction.
And you just said that there wasn't a German lawyer who understood the African ecosystem. So I mentioned to you I was in HGG in Bonn at an ecosystem event 3 weeks ago and met, he self-described as one of the most important German lawyers in VC. And I had invited him to this event, he didn't show up. But I think also to have these professional partnerships with the lawyers you prefer to do business with, Launch Africa is definitely educating a lot of global lawyers involved in M&A about this is what's happening in the ecosystem, so that, again, the companies are prepared for what's coming down the pipeline.
Perfect.
Junaid says, this is a relay race, and it really requires an ecosystem approach to ensuring everyone's aligned as to what is the normal for African tech.
Absolutely, and if I may add another question to this point, because what we're seeing on the continent, also when it comes to building these bridges, looking at DFIs, putting more money into the continent, increasing the interest for foreign investors. One big question that funds are facing is, hey guys, it's incredible what you're doing, but what about the exits? How is that looking like? And from both of you, Louis and Margaret's perspectives, do you think are the majority of good performing African ventures, are they ready to scale to Europe and follow a similar path like Philip? How are we doing on that front?
Once again, there's a few questions in there. I would say, I think I wanted to just make one point on the last thing, also just about, I think there's something to be said about the toolkit and being prepared and helping founders be prepared about what questions are going to come up in some of these kind of cross-border transactions. I think that's definitely one of the big parts, right? The second big part that I've kind of started to see over the last 2-3 years is actually, and something I kind of wholeheartedly believe, is that capital follows trust, right? And trust is really a thing between people. I mean, systems can trust each other, so the governance systems can trust each other, but like people need to know people. And like over the last few years, you start to see more and more relationships form between the two markets. Like I think 2 months ago, I got a WhatsApp from Michael saying he saw me outside Späti somewhere in Berlin, and completely randomly, didn't know you were here, didn't know I was here, and that kind of thing is basically where someone calls you up and says, the governance stuff we can do, but is this deal a go? And that is how it happens. Someone says, this deal is a go. I will make sure this deal works. I've got you. That part is actually what I feel precedes a lot of the toolkit stuff, because you've got to get the people that are in the IC that are not excited by making money, right? They're the people that are excited by not losing money. They're the people that are going to get stuck on that kind of stuff, right? And if they know someone else, a friend, on the other side that says, don't worry, you can stop hyperventilating. You're not going to lose all this money. Okay, you might, but you're probably not going to lose it for the reasons you think you're going to lose it, right? It's the deal team's fault. That is a big missing part that I find that if that scales, the rest of it kind of follows. I don't know if you want to say something to that before.
I'm just observing a bunch of pale people on this panel and talking about trust. Yes, we're all growing friends of Africa. It's so important that we have a diverse and inclusive approach to building these trust networks. And again, I'm really proud at Launch Africa to be one of the only foreign seers. We're the two foreigners. We're an African team, and we're all about finding African talent, and for raw African talent that didn't go to a global university, helping to have those trust networks in place so that once we trust the entrepreneurs to be able to outperform on their KPIs, they can become part of this global trust network. And I think it's really this collaborative approach where there's value in having some international people in the African ecosystem, but to make space and to shine the light on the Africans who are really, having the runaway success stories in venture building and creating super sustainable global businesses. So just wanted to state the obvious.
No, absolutely, and I think also yet again back to AfricArena, this initiative, right? And also, it's the first show up now in Berlin, and I hope that we'll continue this journey and we'll grow it over the years to, be able also to get more founders from Africa, and to the ones who are here and will be pitching later today. I'm really, really excited that you made it and got the support, actually made the commitment to fly from Africa to Europe, because if you think it both ways, when I was a founder back in the day in Europe, cash is very tight. And it's not like that for me it was, okay, I'm going to do a business trip to London. I still had to figure out, how am I going to fund it and accommodation. Now, to come from Africa here, it's going to cost you a couple of $1,000s. And who can afford that? That's why initiatives like AfricArena, Amazon, organizations, and I'm really calling more and more support organizations, please take this seriously and support founders from Africa to come on these trips, because as Louis is saying, and Christoph earlier as well, and Junaid, yes, we are in this Zoom era, and there's a lot of calls happening. But when it comes to trust, me personally, all the founders that we have in the portfolio that we are working with, I want to meet them. I want to get to know that person, and that works over a dinner, over a meal, maybe over a long workshop, and it's just not the same digitally. So I think it's really this collective mission to when it comes also to building bridges, help African founders access these markets in person, and therefore we need support organizations and individuals who support these founders to come here. That being said, another question that I have to the entire panel would be, what do you guys think is still missing? Are there any missing links that you feel like there's some shortcomings that African ventures are facing in comparison to European ones, and how can we as a collective, how can individual firms and startups tackle that? What's your view on that, Philip?
So I guess it depends a lot on what's missing exactly for what, right? And in our scenario, the strategy was quite clear, which also then, of course, helped in the M&A area, that the commercial side of the business was tackling European markets where the investor or buyer, the future shareholder, also knew their way around. And we did this collectively as a company across many time zones. And I think what I sometimes feel like is for specifically European-based entrepreneurs to find South African talent as co-founders for specifically the technical side, to open up that vast talent pool that is down there on the technical area, to explore the opportunity to build, which has been done in Europe and Portugal massively over the last 10 years, to deploy service centers across the same time zone with a vast talent pool of amazing talent. It's actually up for, I think, the European entrepreneurs to check that out and see what the opportunities are within that. But that's, of course, heavily biased, because that was my journey that I could have not foreseen that way, right? But I always felt there was not as much drive, I think, for European founders to look inside of the whole time zone globally, northern and southern hemisphere, to build something, whereas I got fortunate enough to have that access through the GSB, fell in love with the country, came back ever since, had a co-founder there. But we were always thinking this must be a no-brainer, and this could also be, on the other hand, then for South African or like African founders, be a thing. What can we bring to the table for covering a global market space? I guess so. If you want to do an exit for European private equity funds, and then you'll just set that commercial is a big part. So who is your customer? What's your annual contract value? What's your deal velocity, sales velocity? They will be historically more comfortable with markets they know and business models they know in a market they understand. And then for the African side, of course, this is something we can all work on to make more common. I don't know, I think Lewis knows even more about that part probably, right? About the differences between what's your core market defines a lot on where the business is going.
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe jump in on that. So I think what's very, very important to do is actually to start breaking down the different parts of, and this is going to sound very, very obvious, but you break down the business all the way from your customer all the way through to your supply chain, right? So there's a very big difference between being an African startup servicing a European customer base, or a European startup by domicile having South African or African supply chain, whether it's talent or whether it's whatever else it is, and then servicing a European market. There are many combinations of that I found do really not work. So, and sometimes actually it's as difficult to change your customer segment from an African or South African, market to a European market as it might be to actually move from a particular subsegment of like Mittelstand to another one like in Germany. You can't just change your customer segment like once a business is running. It's not a 1-2 punch. So like from a supply chain perspective, South Africa and Africa is super, super exciting because you can have these things, right? And that really makes it interesting. And if you know what you're doing with what you're putting where, and you actually invest in building the trust for that part of your business, so a lot of our ventures actually have built tech hubs in Cape Town. So the talent comes through our company and moves into them. So they have 20, 30 people on payroll directly that they've actually spun out of our services tech team that they then use very similarly to kind of what you've mentioned. And that works really, really well, right? But the other way is a little bit trickier. So you have to really think through how you're going to do it. And your experience is also quite common, is most people don't think about this before they start the company. They either find themselves in a favorable way of how they've mixed the two continents, or not a favorable way, right? So, I mean, I think there's more, awareness we could drive around what does work and what people should do. Yeah.
And I'm definitely going to grill you over lunch about kind of the lessons learned and past failures so that we don't compete repeating the same mistakes. So Junaid earlier referenced my obsession with building an professional enterprise sales capability in Africa. So again, feel like we have a lot to learn together. At the previous AfricArena in Egypt, we started a conversation with Mark Birch from AWS Global Startups, where he wrote a book on enterprise sales, his experience with enterprise sales forums, starting them in the US, and Launch Africa later this year. I think we'll take a leadership role in how do we help startups that are accelerating move from founder-led sales to a professional sales force, and we have future of work companies in our portfolio. So I really think that this is an area, again, where you have slower follow-on VC funding round. How do you drive organic growth, revenue growth in B2B sales environment? And this week in Berlin, we realized that a likely investor in Launch Africa Fund 2 hosts a German language enterprise sales podcast. And he sold his company for over $1 billion to SAP a number of years ago, and that was, with the proceeds for that sale, because he was not diluted. They only got VC funding very late in their scale-up journey. So, he has an incredibly strong track record for talking about enterprise sales in the German context. And I didn't mention in the intro, I was a US-based marketing tech founder earlier in my career, so started, scaled, and sold a business that had organic sales in US, Europe, and Asia. So know a lot about how you segment the market and sequence sales. Just one other observation about what's missing and what can we learn in building bridges. I get the sense with a lot of German deep tech and climate tech founders, 'cause there are so many, that they're often missing human-centered design and early UX testing. And I think in Africa, every startup has human-centered design because you need to be thinking about sales immediately. And I feel like that's a great area of strength. And when we're thinking about human capital development, using African talent in Germany and Europe more broadly, UX and human-centered design is probably a great area of strength for Africans, but obviously they would need to develop empathy and insight on German or European customers. So there'd need to be different sorts of collaborations to make that possible and successful.
For these great insights. And I think with those as a basis, I would love to open up the room for some questions from the audience before we're heading to lunch. So please raise your hands. We're going to pass the microphone around, and yeah, looking forward to hearing your questions and to the panelists.
Everyone hungry?
Everyone is ready for lunch. No startup access, doesn't matter anymore. We just want to eat. There we've got Kave.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I grew up in South Africa, Durban girl in the room, but I'm originally from the DRC, and now I've been living in Berlin for the last 9 years, and I'm a founder as well. And one of the points you all talked about is this really trust element. And when you all spoke about it, I thought about Inventing Anna. I don't know if you all watched the series on Netflix. And you could all watch how she was really trying to build trust with this banker, and everybody else, just like she could raise money. But also it just reminded me why so many great founders don't have access to capital, and because they just don't have the network. They just don't know that person they need to have tea or coffee or lunch with, And I'm wondering how we here, sitting here right now, or the German community of founders and investors can really start building these tables where we have tea and lunches actually with people we want to invest in. Yeah, it's really like we need those rooms.
So just one idea, like for those, I heard the AWS lady also saying that she offers mentoring. If you were to offer office hours, right, where people, even if they book an online appointment with you, where you're like on LinkedIn, this is my office hour, and if you're an entrepreneur, you want to apply to have time with me, I think that would be amazing. But just putting it out there, what kind of time you have available and making it more universally acceptable is a great starting point.
Thank you for that answer. For Daniel, I have a question. Have you had other companies that you've invested in Africa, South Africa, besides Michel's company or Philip's company?
If I have met other companies?
If you have made investments in other... companies?
We by ourselves, we do not do investments. So we are just an advisory company. So we are connecting the founders, the entrepreneurs, or private equity to do a transaction. Yeah, so that's our role. I would say I was just thinking about it. So how can you prepare if you want to go to Europe or especially to Germany? And I think the bad news is the mandate of most of the financial sponsors here in Germany, and I would also say for the European sponsors, I would say you cut off 85%, 90% of the financial sponsors who don't have a global mandate. So the European market is mostly driven by sponsors who are covering only the GSA region, Western Europe, Europe, and when it comes then to the US or whatsoever. So that's a big obstacle, yeah? So, and what is the answer besides that? I mean, I think over time it will change, yeah? Events like this will help on that, and success stories like comics will help on that. But also, I would say it's important to make, I mean, some of you mentioned that it was a coincidence that you founded it in South Africa and Europe or so on, yeah? Okay, that's totally fine as a starting point. Nevertheless, when it comes to the next phase, I think you have to establish a story around that. Why? What is the rationale behind it? Yeah, so it's the story. Okay, it's great fun or something like that. That's not a story for investors. Yeah, they are extremely conservative and always, even if there is no story, then try to prepare it. Yeah, make a rationale out of it. And I think thinking and seeing it from both angles, from South Africa or from wherever your company is located, and from a European perspective, that would help to raise the interest from European funds to invest into South Africa. Yeah, and I'm convinced that that will increase because we are lacking opportunities. So at least for the last years, there was much more money called dry powder in the funds, which they cannot spend in attractive opportunities here in Europe. So I'm convinced that the more they know about this continent, this specific country, the more the openness to invest there will rise, and making yourself familiar with those investors, etc. Everything is one part of this puzzle to make it a convincing story.
Measuring and reporting impact, even at the early stage, is the #1 leverage point that African startups have with European investors, right? So Jenny and I have been meeting with a number of potential strategic partners in capital raising in Europe this week. And the European Venture Philanthropy Association, TONIC, the Global GIIN, Global Impact Network, these are all kind of platforms that exist. And very few African early stage entrepreneurs are thinking about impact metrics, but that's the easiest way for European investors to have an out-of-mandate deal in Africa, because anyone who has an impact mandate can, if you have the impact metrics, they can potentially make an exception. And I think this will be a huge area of growth. And how we break down corporates, right? Like Launch Africa talks to a lot of corporate venture capital companies. Virtually none in Europe have an African mandate. Many of them have an India mandate. We're 5 years behind India. Don't you want to start building your pipeline now? Right, and much better valuations.
And also one very positive signal from my side, maybe it's my last word. So I think when I'm asked how did it went? So was it easy to do the transaction with comics? Or was it more complicated compared to other transactions? And I would always say, okay, that's approximately as complicated as trading a company which is located in Berlin and Vienna, for example. Yeah. So it's in your case, it was exactly the same. So the sentiment should change. Yeah. It was absolutely by far not the most complicated transaction, and especially not with regard to being located also not in Europe, besides Europe. Yeah, so I have seen many more complicated transactions between the Netherlands and Germany, for example. Yeah, that's always a nightmare.
Amazing. I saw Well, you had your hand up earlier. This will be our last question before we head to lunch, and then obviously we'll be continuing these conversations individually. So over to you, Marcel.
I'll keep it short. My name is Marcel. I co-founded 8 Pioneers in 2020, and nowadays I'm a Dream VC Fellow and Chief of Staff at Praxis Science. My question is for Philip. You mentioned your university journey, and I wonder if we just need more universities and programs in universities that start accelerator programs that remind people that you can start a company. And maybe now you want to do this by building a bridge back to Africa with your universities that you have attended to.
So 100%. And I actually loved that thinking. If I did have more time over the last 4 years when I was building comics, I probably would have been engaging more around that. So we actually looked at each other recently, Pete, Chris, and I, and it was like, this whole transformation was going on, scaling up comics to 100 plus people, doing a deal, then working with private equity to pull some levers. And we looked at each other, and we sometimes don't have that in mind, how crazy this exchange program shaped all of our lives without us knowing it in that moment. And how grateful we were back then for the great experience and the people met, but this was a real vector shift. And this is again like very, very subjective, I guess. But for me, meeting my co-founders was the most epiphanal, interaction that drove the success of comics, I would say. There's many more things you have to go through as founders, from getting to know each other very well, getting very, very well to know the things you don't like about each other, and then still pushing forward. And I always felt that the tenure, because it's now been 10 years that I've met those two, right? Although we only have been working for 5 years together, that this really helped, and that you only get context, and that's, I think, pretty much to your point. I would have never had that context without a proper university exchange program that threw me into the deep ends, not only visiting lectures, 2 hours a week and for the rest going surfing, but actually being at the GSB, being in an extremely diverse environment with people from Nigeria, Mozambique, Ghana, everything, right? Driving through, going from finance lectures onto a Jeep and driving towards, a economic center in Khayelitsha in the townships in South Africa, understanding that African entrepreneurship, which I'm not the expert in, but it gave me so much context that made it just easier to build that trust level we just heard before. And it's actually an epiphany right now how much I'm not thinking about that, how crazy this Excel is, and for other people it always seems like, a big thing. And maybe there was also the one thing we discussed, I think, earlier through the panel. For us, it was just completely clear that this is one company and one comics. This is not a service center we built somewhere where we don't know the people. This is not like different perks and benefits in 2 locations. It was one thing. And I guess we just got, lucky that we had the confidence and never saw it differently. And I fully agree with you that, through exchange programs and the university time, that could have not been established, I think, personally, yeah. 100%.
Thank you, Philip. Okay, I've seen there was one very, very last question. Where was that?
Here.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, I'm Franziska. I'm founder of a fintech/fund called Uncap. I'm here with my CTO, Ruven. And what we do, we basically provide redeemable equity funding to entrepreneurs in Africa. We're now at about 80 deals. We've done 50 of those over the last 7 to 8 months. And something that I'm missing a little bit in the discussion so far is we know that most of the capital to be invested in Africa sits outside of Africa. And I think the danger that comes with that is that there's a lot of copy-pasting how we invest in companies. And that means that there's, in my opinion, not enough conversations around, do we need different fund structures? Do we need longer fund cycles? Do we need different ways to invest in companies? Because maybe we actually don't want to sell all the great scaling companies to global players so that the ownership and the IP actually leaves the continent. But maybe we want more founders to actually keep the ownership for longer, keep the African perspective longer on the continent, where it means we need to be more innovative around venture debt, redeemable equity, dividend structures, etc. But then also the way we invest. Because I see your point, right? It's very hard to get access to investors because we still think you need to network yourself to an investor, you need to schmooze them, you need to be able to pitch how a Silicon Valley founder pitches, etc. But that's a paradigm that we ourselves set up over the last decades. Like, it doesn't need to be that way, because that way we'll never reach a founder that is somewhere north in Kenya, fantastic entrepreneur who didn't go to university, who doesn't know Launch Africa, he doesn't know how to network himself to kind of like an investor in Nairobi. And I just like super curious to hear whoever, Margaret or whoever, yeah.
From incubators, accelerators, and other entrepreneurs. So yes, the entrepreneur needs to have the wherewithal to find someone else in the established ecosystem, incubator, accelerator, university professor, someone with some trust, but we pride ourselves in investing in, as I said, raw talent, people who didn't go to Y Combinator or didn't go to Harvard Business School, right? So for sure, I agree with you. We should, Junaid, we'll love to talk to you about venture debt, revenue-based financing. We have many conversations with debt capital facilities to try and figure out how do we bring them earlier into the African ecosystem, especially with local currency, right? The DFIs are like, we'd love to help you, but like, yes, we'll do a Series B venture debt. Like, so for sure, we totally agree that there needs to be new ways of funding both debt and equity. Crowd-based funding, of course, you know, like we were at an event talking about retail investors in many different countries, right? Like Africa, you know, we're seeing Nigerians especially keen to do retail investing, and that goes back to data and governance. If there's transparent data about the state of the private capital markets in Africa, there's the possibility of getting more African capital into private capital markets, both pension funds, corporate venture capital, and retail investors. And you know, look forward to talking to you. Launch Africa brought in 230 plus retail LPs, so totally new capital into the continent. We're frustrated that most of it is European and the US. African family offices they felt the need to diversify off of the continent because their operating companies are in African currency. But as we have more successful exits, we'll have more African capital, both institutional and retail, investing in the ecosystem. So, yeah.
I mean, I think, I'm not sure if I can fully respond to your question, but wanted to get back to the entrepreneur, if that's just okay for 2 minutes. And that is, I cannot speak to your question because I've never raised a fund in my life, right? We did a bootstrap business in a specific segment that allowed us to bootstrap. And when I hear that, you know, entrepreneurs spending their time and getting frustrated around not getting access to investors, my heart kind of cringes, because we just never did that because we didn't know it any better. Maybe it would have helped us, but the one thing we focused on was just being extremely useful. And I know there were many things that came our way, but once you drop 4.5 million euro of EBITDA, it's not a problem to get attention. So, and this simplifies, you know, all the luck we had and all the timing we had, right? But the point is really that when I hear about entrepreneurs getting frustrated, I would love, you know, them to not think about investors as a necessity in the first place, and by getting yourself the confidence of understanding that it's going to be you ultimately, and you know, if you don't get access to specific people and don't get their attention, then this just means right now you're not interesting to them, and that could also be okay. And it doesn't matter if that's fair or not, if you perceive this as fair, because life's not fair. But the point is, if you really focus on being useful day after day after day after day, you eventually end up in a solution that will allow people to live better lives, you know, run better businesses, and eventually they put money on the table and buy this from you. And specifically the last 10 years have shown us how much overfunding has happened in, you know, immature and not so valuable solutions. I think now it's bootstrapping time, baby. And I think it's like the real chance on like getting the founders out who maybe work independent from investors, although I know it's very, very hard for specific business models. But that was our story, and we felt, I always felt like focusing on solutions is more fun than waiting for the investor.
Because I totally agree with you about enterprise sales and growing organically, but many African entrepreneurs are in families where there is no cash cushion, tons of pressure to stay in the corporate job or consulting job or government job, do anything to bring cash in. So if you are in a zero cash cushion environment, you do need some venture capital or others, grant funding or other sources of capital, especially when you've done a proof of concept and you know that you have something that's workable. So I just want to recognize that there's many entrepreneurs who do need some seed funding to really get their proof of concept out of the garage.
Thanks, guys. And I think we are about to wrap up and continue over lunch. I would like to finish this with maybe one last statement also to your point, Franziska. What we need, and I hope some policymakers or influential people are listening to this, is like initiatives like the Startup Act in African countries. I mean, it breaks my heart I consider myself African in heart after having lived there for 5 years. It breaks my heart working with African founders and helping them actually to set up their entities in Europe to increase the chance of funding, meaning like IP transfer, because and that at the end will not help the local ecosystem to receive like money, tax returns or whatsoever. But this is simply due to the reason because the policies are so like poorly designed when it comes to exchange control, regulations, IP protection, that it is just like absolutely not advisable to have your company in Africa. And I think this is where policymakers need to wake up to make it. And it's, in my opinion, well, I'm not very very politically versed, but I do not see it too complicated to as other countries have done it, to create certain incentive schemes to make it more attractive to actually have companies domiciled locally, which can unlock such a tremendous potential for these ventures, the countries, cities, whatever. And I really, really hope that we'll see much more of that, happening to actually help capital not necessarily flow out of Africa, but actually make it more attractive to actually be there, flow into Africa, stay there, and grow from there. That being said, let's get some food. Thank you, guys. Audience online, we'll be back in about 30 minutes here with continuation of the program. So see you in a second.